Whoop whoop. There it is. Man, I woke up my kid by accident because I like to kiss her before I go. And the next thing you know, she's up. Got to bring her to the potty because it's potty time. Then the other baby comes. Then all of a sudden, I gotta see that baby. Now I walk away from that baby because the baby's getting older. Then the baby starts to scream. He doesn't like when people walk away from him. He's a man of integrity. So the next thing you know, we're just wrapped up in babies, you know? That's it. Crazy. Anyway, let's get into it, guys. We got a lot going on today. As you can see, Officer Tatum, Candace Owens. I didn't realize this until a few days ago because now I've been back watching Officer Tatum. So, like, if you watch Officer Tatum, you're going to see a lot about Nolan Wells. You're going to see a whole bunch of it, right? He's interviewing friends and family and all this stuff. So you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff when it comes to Nolan Wells. Very interesting stuff. But then I started realizing, I saw him making fun of Nolan Wells' mom. I was like, wait a second. Isn't that Erica Kirk? Hey, hold on. Aren't you not supposed to do that? Isn't it demonic? I don't understand. But we're going to talk about that a whole bunch. We're going to obviously review Candace's episode from yesterday. I have a whole bunch. There's a whole thing with Matt Tardo and Candace Owens that's going on. He's really doubling down on threatening her. And interestingly, I completely forgot Baron Coleman's interview dropped yesterday. So I have to check that out as well. We have to take a look. It was a very well done interview. Very, very well done interview. So we're going to jump into that. Let me just move this over here. We got a whole bunch of stuff. To go through. But let's start where we always start, guys. You know what I'm talking about. Come on, it's buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. If you guys don't know, let me put it right in here. It's always in the description, guys. Every video you watch for the past, I don't know, 2 years, 2.5 years, right? So even if you go back to some older stuff, you're going to see it. It's there. I appreciate everybody who responds to the coffees. I love that platform. I'm starting to love that platform more and more. At first, I was just like, I don't know about this, like a year or two ago. Now I actually love it. It's great. It's absolutely great. I like that people can write more. It's just great. I love that people can send videos. Not a lot, not enough people sending videos. I got to be honest with you guys. Hit that like button, as you guys know. And did I tell you guys already? I don't know if I told you guys. We hit 10,000. We hit the 10,000 mark on Spotify. Thank you guys very, very, very much. We do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So keep on. We're going for 15,000 now. Okay. Someone said, do you see Candace talking about yanking and banking? Of course. Listen, guys, come on. What are we talking about here? You guys know, if anything, listen, I may not bring you the person on the roof footage or, funeral home carpet like Baron was talking about Daisy having to look at for hours. I may not bring you that stuff, but I'm going to bring you the hilarious stuff first. You guys know that. We're going to do a whole bit about it. It's going to be a catchphrase that's known in our community before anybody else even talks about it. You guys know how we do here. Come on. Come on. That's what we do best around here, guys. So, of course, she was talking about yanking and banking. How could you ignore yanking and banking? You can only ignore yanking and banking for so long. Right? Anyway, thank you guys so much for hitting up the Spotify. We do appreciate it over here. Let's get into this whole thing. As always, ladies and gentlemen, as always.
Army, buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen.
Buckle up, guys. It's gonna be an episode. I need a soundboard so bad. That's the first thing that's going into the soundboard. That's the first thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is going to Army. Buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, just shout out to Black Line Brief. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for finding that. Just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I don't know if you guys know this. Someone's been tagging me in this for a while. this picture. I don't approve. I don't approve. I don't think that about Blake, right? Somebody's been trying to get me to talk about this for the longest time. Hey, come on now. This is ridiculous. What is this? You know? And obviously, if you don't know what I don't approve of, it's the don't ask questions, just trust us. I don't approve of that. I think that's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. The rest of it looks great. The rest of it looks fantastic. I couldn't imagine. Actually, I kind of can imagine because of the community that we have here. I was going to say, I can't imagine just turning on X and then finding this picture. You know? You know? I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine. Anyway, that's Blake, ladies and gentlemen. It's an old picture. It's an old picture. He's not like that anymore, okay? Let's do, let's jump right in. Let's jump right into the Officer Tatum stuff. I mean, Officer Tatum, Candace Owens. Now, the Candace Owens stuff, I don't have to find clips of. We all know about the Candace Owens stuff, and we'll all be able to talk about it. No problem. But the Nolan Wells stuff is a little different. Now, if you don't know the story of Nolan Wells, the sad story of Nolan Wells, let me break it down for you. I saw Jesse made a video. He solved the case already. All right. You solved the case before Officer Tatum did. Officer Tatum is the Candace Owens of the Nolan Wells case, so I don't really think you're going to be able to solve it before he does. I don't know about that. Nolan Wells... So a young black kid, he dies under circumstances connected to Horn Island. So basically just a group of boys were on this place called Horn Island. His friend group was white, were present and are now accused in connection to his passing. Okay, so that's actually how this... So basically this kid passes away. There's 911 calls. There's all sorts of things. So this guy passes away. Unusual circumstances. His friends are around him. For some reason, it's focused on his white friends. I don't know. We never do that with Charlie Kirk, you know? Charlie Kirk's white inner circle, you know? There's many other things we point out with his inner circle other than that. But they're being accused of being in connection with his death because they were the last people around him, which actually does make sense. I mean, you know, until you talk to them, you know, et cetera, et cetera. The boys say they were close friends with Nolan and state that they have evidence supporting that. Okay, so a lot of people are thinking that they're not as close as it seems because they killed him. Now, it's kind of the same thing that we have going on with the Charlie Kirk case, right? We are told that these people around Charlie were his best friends, but at the same time, we have pictures of them glaring at each other. We have them actually calling Charlie a liar, all sorts of wild things, recreating his history completely, actually positioning certain people around him as his friends while removing other people, aka Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. I'm sure Megyn Kelly will even get removed. Eventually. Nolan's parents believe race is a factor in the case. One accused boy has offered $50,000 reward for information on what happened. Nolan's father is suing one of the accused boys for defamation after the boy appeared on Officer Tatum's show to give his account. I'm pretty sure I have that interview loaded up. I don't know how it would be defamation. Tatum has published unverified allegations from unnamed multiple sources. Wow. Interesting. That doesn't seem like Officer Tatum. That behavior seems demonic. It seems demonic and evil, right? I have it on good authority from a very good pastor who specializes in psychological operations that when you do things like that, you're evil and demonic. I that's what I remember. I don't know if you guys ever heard that. Alleged coke use on Horn Island, an alleged argument involving Nolan, and an alleged encounter with a young woman, explicitly stating none of it is confirmed. Tatum has also criticized Nolan's family, including directly questioning the mother and the family's conduct around the day of the funeral. What? Officer Tatum? Huh? Are you for real? This is weird. This is very, very odd. Huh? It's funny Officer Tatum's able to do this. This is very odd that Officer Tatum is willing to make fun of a grieving mother. You know? A grieving mother? Why would he do that? That's evil and demonic, right? I hope Frank Turek and Rob McCoy and Tyler Boyer and Andrew Colvette and Blake Neff and every other person, Barry Weiss and Erica Kirk and whoever else you could get, Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh, I hope they all have a talk with him. It's weird. Candace Owens needs to call him, teach him how investigations work. If you can't tell, someone beat me to it. They said, I can't wait for Candace and Brandon to have a little chat. Yeah, she needs to teach him how investigations work. You can't just, it's very interesting. Anyway, let's, there's multiple things of him talking about this guy's mom. I'm just going to, is this him posting this? Okay. So people really don't like his mom's behavior. Okay. Also, Jason Witt, everyone knows everyone grieves differently. I love everybody calling this up. It's so funny. Somebody said it right here. They said, I know that everyone grieves differently, but it's obvious the mother of Nolan Wells has always wanted some sort of social media attention. Wow. Well, she's dancing. Wow.
Hey, fam bam.
Whoa.
This morning I woke up beautiful again and craving attention, so I decided to make some bitches mad from school.
Hey, listen. At least there's no fireworks. At least there's no fireworks, right? At least there's no pyrotechnics. I don't know. I wonder if his mom is going to take over whatever sport he played in college or high school. I wonder if she's going to take that over. Is she going to step into his friend group now and become Nolan? I'm just saying. I'm just asking. Just asking questions, as they say. Here's Officer Tatum talking about this a little bit, and it's funny. Officer Tatum does not like the way she's grieving. This is so weird.
I feel like, because I mentioned him, I'm like, why did I even mention him? Because he doesn't deserve a platform.
No, he does not.
So let's talk about the people.
That's wild, and the mother doesn't like Officer Tatum. Black Erica Kirk doesn't like Officer Tatum. Well, how about that, right? And Don Lemon's here to bring the official narrative. Well, you don't go against the official narrative, right, Officer Tatum? Wow, but then he's making this face here. Oh, and he's ready to go Candace on these guys. Oh, this is so weird. He's ready to go Candace on everybody? I wonder where he learned how to go Candace on everybody. This is so nice. Someone said his face. His face is crazy right here. This is a crazy face. It takes a lot of face muscles to do this. Is that goofy Don Lemon? It certainly is. Who better to bring the official narrative to a story, right? For the longest time, Officer Tatum has been filling in for the role of Don Lemon when it comes to the Charlie Kirk case. When it comes to this case, Don Lemon's like, I got this one. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Laney said he's a cartoon character. Literally a cartoon character.
Well, the young men that he's been interviewing, they're saying they're his best friends. Some of them you said that you don't know. One of them even said, oh, Nolan would be outraged by the way his parents are handling this. And I'm like, wait, what? Like, why on earth would somebody go on and say that about a grieving family?
Again, distraction. We're not even going to address them or that man. We only want the truth. Again, at the end of the day, I'm going to say it like I've been saying it. The only question we have is what happened to Nolan. That's what we need to know. That's it. That's all.
When you're talking about all this.
Oh, I'm talking about Mama. I got a question for.
Did he just say it? I'm watching this blind. Did he just say it? Is this real? What part of reality is this? Hold on a second. Because I made the mama thing up. I made it up. That was a joke. That was a joke. Hold on a second. He doesn't actually say mama. Hold on. Once. What happened? I mean, am I becoming the Simpsons? Am I just predicting things? Okay. Hold on a quick second. Let me go back here for a second. I'm making the same face he is right now. I'm like this. I'm like, let me hear that one more time. Hold on a second.
What happened to Nolan? That's what we need to know. That's it. That's all.
When you're talking about all this.
Oh, I'm talking about Mama.
Someone get me a gosh darn soundboard right now. That's the next thing going on the soundboard. I'll write it down. Mama. Yep. Mama. 100%. He actually says it? I was joking. I was kidding. It was a complete joke. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Mama. Mama, I heard how they talking about me. I gotta. Someone said coach is a Mason. I don't know. Am I a 33-degree Mason? Oh, jeez. What did I do? I don't remember getting dipped in baby oil. I don't remember any of that. Anyway, this is crazy. Just one more time, and then we'll finish the clip.
When you talk
Okay.
about all the
Oh, I'm talking about Mama. I got a question for you. With all due respect, why then, if you want to know what happened to Nolan, did your attorney not talk to me before I ever talked to the other side? All right, we passed that point. Why? How come when Nicole or Ashley reached out to you via text, which she showed me, which we posted online, that you didn't respond to Warren's mother?
Whoa. Are you telling me he's talking to attorneys? He's posting people's text messages? What is this guy? Who does this guy think he is? Officer Owens? Officer Owens is on the case? I can't believe Officer Owens is doing this kind of thing. I would have never thought I would see this type of thing. Let me just I'm going to call this segment Tatum Owens. That's exactly what I'm going to call this. And then put Nolan right at the bottom there, right? This is wild. This is wild. So in another universe, I can't believe it. In our universe, there is a parallel universe where he is Candace Owens. And then, like as if he's Neo, he just goes back and forth between the timelines. And when he goes into the other timeline, he makes sure to call out Candace Owens. What? Andy said mama. I'm never going to forget that. I want to finish the clip so bad, but I want to play him saying mama 19 more times. You have no idea. I want to play it the whole time. In fact, okay, let's finish because there's a thing we're supposed to be doing here. Sorry guys. That's crazy. Mama. I didn't even know that. I had no idea. I don't have this queued up. Man. This is crazy.
To even talk to her and get any information that she may have. The boys already have been investigated by law enforcement. We will not know exactly what they said for a time period, which could be a long time. I don't know. They got to go to grand jury and everything. So we would never know what they said to the police unless you talk to them directly. Why, if you want to know what happened to your son, would you talk to the people that last seen him alive? You're saying they saw him alive last. They're reaching out to you and saying, we want to talk. Let's have a conversation. But instead, you guys refuse to talk to them, refuse to talk to me, and then get online and push stuff that you have to later redact because you could have talked to them first and cleared it up, talked to their attorneys and cleared it up. You could have gotten all the boys' statements that have been compiled before the police put it out in the public so you can have a clear perspective before you go out in the public. But they did not do it.
That's crazy. So he is literally, it sounds like he's talking about Turning Point. She was saying things that if she just got more information or talked to somebody, she wouldn't have to redact. So in this story, this side, this Nolan, his mom and whatnot, I guess family, are saying things that are easily verified as not true. And Officer Owens is calling them out for the inconsistencies in what they're saying and is suggesting that they should go about grieving, not just grieving, but also go about the processes of the law and what happened to their son differently. Well, this is just mind-blowing. Maybe this is why he didn't call up Candace. Maybe he just went, maybe one day he was just like, he was looking at all of his Nolan Wells thumbnails and he just went, maybe. Okay, I get it. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he came to sense, you know? Maybe he had a come into God moment, come into Jesus moment. And he was just like, maybe I shouldn't I shouldn't call Candace. Or maybe he did, and Candace was like, you cover Nolan Wells, why can't I cover Charlie Kirk? And he was like, Mama, is there any parallels between, like he would use the word parallels, between Nolan Wells and Charlie Kirk, Mama? Oh, baby, it's like the exact same thing, baby. You attacking that boy, Mama. Yeah. Because Mama's always the voice of reason. Just ridiculous. Someone said he's too dumb for that. This is nuts, man. I haven't even gotten into the actual stuff. I just picked a random clip because I was like, I know there's clips of him talking about the guy's mom. This is, oh my gosh. And I got to go back and play Mama like 19 times here. There's another 40 seconds of the video. Let's play this.
You know what they did? The first thing they did before they talked to any parent, any person involved, before they talked to anybody, they went and got Benjamin Crump. And they went and got Benjamin Crump. And what are they doing? The day that their son is put into the ground, they go get his estate, establish an estate, and then prepare to sue. Now, if you don't know what happened and you have not made a determination, all you want to know is what happened, then why are you prepping to sue people? You're going to sue them for what?
Wow, and they're suing people. I mean, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Listen, Mike Riley said, oh no, Benjamin Crump again. Just so you know, Benjamin Crump, that's a real name. He's not even making fun of somebody. That's the dude's real name. Dude's real name is Benjamin Crump. I'm just saying. I don't know why. The only reason I know him is because he brought 50 Cent to Capitol Hill one time and introduced 50 Cent to a bunch of politicians. That's the only reason I know his name. But that's a real name. Anyway. Now I gotta go back and play this.
Only one.
We got important things to cover, but there's no way I'm not gonna play this. You crazy? You think I'm not gonna play this?
That's all.
When you talk about all the,
I'm talking about Mama.
Someone, yeah. I can't believe it. I can't believe that's real. I can't believe that's real. I can't believe it's real. I cannot believe that is a real thing. He really talks like that. I'm telling you guys, I was making it up. I was like, ooh, I got him now. I'm gonna make it seem like he says mama. I'm like, sticking it to Officer Tatum. Nope. It's just very accurate.
Saying it, the only question we have is what happened to Nolan. That's what we need to know. That's it. That's all.
when you talk about all the,
I'm talking about Mama. I got a question for you. With all due respect.
This is crazy. I can't believe it. Mama. And he says it the same way. Does he watch my show? Does he talk like that, or did I make him talk like that? Is that what's happening? Oh my gosh. It's like maybe it's like some kind of Matrix thing. As I do imitations of him, it makes him become more of that imitation. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. This is crazy. This is nuts. Someone said Coach is a Mason. If I was a Mason, I would make, if we were both Masons, I would make him do that. If I was higher in the thing, I'd be like, and you're going to say mama from now on. And he'd be like, what the hell I got to say? He's like, I don't even talk like that, sir. I'd be like, you're going to talk like that from now on. I'm going to go on my show and I'm going to say mama. And then you're going to say it in your show. And if you don't, Bill Gates over there, because I'm higher level than him, Bill Gates over there is going to dip you in baby oil. And we're going to clone you. And we're going to make your clone dip you in baby oil. And your clone's going to blow your own back out. You ready for that? Or are you just going to say mama? Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir. You know? I'd be the worst Mason. I'd be a terrible Mason. I'd be like Mr. Burns. Oh, my God. Okay, one more time. We got to move on. This is crazy. I'm not closing this clip, though. This is the only tab that's staying open the whole time.
Okay. About all the... I'm talking about Mama.
I can't believe it. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Mama. I'm not even wrong. I'm not even wrong. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's move on here. So we have them on Good Morning America. That's what GMA is. Good Morning America. Okay. They have this guy who looks like me if I made different life decisions hosting the show. Here, let's check this out.
Why would he stay behind?
That we cannot answer. I can't fathom why he would. Like,
I don't know why he would. We always taught him to, if you go with a group, you stay with a group. Mm-hmm. Even when he was in college, he would say, Dad, well, we're going to ride down to a party or something in another city. So I was out telling him, look, if you go with 5, you come back with 5. Do not separate from your group. Because I always say safety is in numbers. Mm-hmm. And he always said, yes, sir. So he knew to stay with his group. So why would he split from his group? I don't know.
So that would have been unusual for him to split from the group.
Yeah.
And you said he would always check in with you. Did he check in with you that day?
so that day, no, I don't. But of course, too, they were on the boat. And usually when he is out there, which it's not uncommon, he's, I think, since last year, he's been going there occasionally with his friends. And so it would always just be like, hey, Mom, I'm back, type of thing. But this time there was no call or text from him. It was from his friend.
And then too, really didn't.
That is interesting. So the text that they got was from his friend. His friend with his phone? That's interesting. That is very weird. That's weird. Why would you have his phone and then he's not around? Why would somebody... Look, young boys don't do that. People don't do that in general. I'm in this room and I'm going to be in this room for the next 5 hours. I still have my phone. I could put the phone somewhere else. I don't need it particularly. People don't just, hey, I'm going to get out of here. That's like, I mean, no offense to everybody out there. But that's like some weird horror movie stuff, you know? That's where the point where the white guy says, listen, guys, I'm going to split from the group. And here's my phone. And then all the black people are screaming at the screen. They're like, no, you got to take that phone with you. You got to. He left the phone. You got to take that phone. That's the exact point. That's not something that happens in real life. That's insane. What are we talking about here? That's weird. That's very weird.
Worry a lot about it because, you know, it was his last weekend to have fun because that Monday he had to report to school. And we was preparing to take him back for camp to prepare for the season. So, you know, we're gonna see. He wanted to have his last hurrah before he locked down and get ready for the season. Because, like I said, the entire summer he's training. He got more serious. He started to understand what I was trying to tell him about football, not just being fun, but as you get farther in it, it becomes a business. If you want to excel, and you have to understand, and you have to understand both at the same time.
And we know, Ben, that you said that you're going to do an independent investigation.
Yes.
And you said you have Nolan's cell phone and messages were deleted. How could you tell messages were deleted?
Well, his parents got the phone back, and that's something that's important, Michael, because they track this phone on Life 360.
So Life 360, but when I received the phone call from Warren, I immediately called my friend Tashima and I said, hey, have you guys seen Nolan? Because her two sons, Jalen and Javon, like they grew up together. They played City League sports together. When they got into school, they played sports together. And so she was like, hey, like, okay, the boys were pulling up the location from Snapchat. So the Snapchat location looks completely different than the Life 360 location. So when I pulled up Life 360, it was different. It was showing everywhere the phone had been. Like I was like, well, it's showing that he's back on land. Like I'm not. He's like, but no, he didn't come back with us.
Well, how were you able to get the phone?
So we tracked it and my friend Tashima went and picked it up.
It wasn't like they said we got his phone. They tracked it, and that
it was very weird. Very weird case. I don't know. You know, it's not like the friends probably aren't a bunch of murderers. You know, what could happen is that they're kids because 8 years ago they were all 10 years old, and something happens, and then they're like, I don't want to be in trouble, and then they just cover it up. You know. Kind of like Charlie Kirk. I mean, just not, I'm just saying, probably a little bit like Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there. It's a little bit like Charlie Kirk. Nobody wants to get in trouble. Everybody starts talking all sorts of ridiculous stuff. I don't know. So now we have, and then he starts sitting down with Chris Cuomo. So now this random guy. Officer Tatum, Officer Owens on the scene, right? Columbo Jumbo, Mumbo Columbo Jumbo. Officer Tatum starts going and talking with Chris Cuomo, talking about the case, bringing it everywhere he possibly can. And I think we could easily say, if we wanted to be the Blake Neff of this universe, we could say that you're attacking this family. Why are you attacking this family so relentlessly? Why are you doing this? Someone said prolapse Columbo. That doesn't even make sense, but I'll allow it. I think that's the best thing to go with. Prolapse Columbo. Prolapse Columbo it is, So crazy.
A few black kids, but the majority of his pictures are with these boys. Just because you don't pay attention to your kids enough to know all of their friends, you think these boys just lying? Like, for instance, if they had no pictures with Nolan, like all the pictures I've seen and they had all over the internet, prom, everything, they had no pictures with Nolan, and they were like, we're best friends with Nolan, I'd say, I don't know about that, bro. That don't sound a match. But all the boys I talked to said they're great friends with Nolan.
Wow.
Trayston, who wasn't even on the boat, he came on a boat with his uncle and left because he got into a fight with somebody. Even Trayston said, we're all friends and we're all friends with Nolan. We hang out with him all the time.
Wow. So they're saying that they're best friends with this guy. And everybody say and then they have pictures? Wow. Do they have text messages too? Oh my gosh. This is very much like Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk. Very, very interesting. The way that this is all panning out. And the fact that he doesn't see this. It's funny. Somebody sent me a video. Someone sent me a video, I think on X. It was a video and it was the same topic. So people are starting to realize what's going on. Like when you take a look at Officer Tatum and you take a look at what he's doing, people are starting to make the connections, all that's missing is like Baron doing a huge deep dive on both of these, Baron and Daisy just taking a huge deep dive into this whole thing. But there very much is a double stat. That's what the person called their video, double standard. I think it's a girl who made the video. Nikki, did you make the video, Nikki? I don't know if you're even here, but Nikki tagged me in this video and I was like, oh, wow, people are already understanding what's going on. This is nuts. Absolutely nuts. And it's crazy that Officer Tatum is just like, this is so nut. Wow, I can't believe this. They have pictures with him. They say they were great friends with him and people don't believe it. What? I can't believe this. And who's saying that they're not good friends? Nolan's inner circle. Nolan's mom, Nolan's dad. Well, he shouldn't question the mom and dad, right? Some of Nolan's family saying, I don't know these people. What's going on? These aren't his best friends. Interesting the way this happens, Well, yeah, everybody, someone said low-key possible hate crime. Yeah, like that's what people are leaning towards, right? That's what's being leaned towards. That's why they have this Benjamin Crump person in the mix. I don't know if you guys can see it here. I'll make it bigger. But you can see the family below Chris Cuomo, who is the absolute worst. Absolute worst. I mean, I mean, just the worst. When Patrick Bet-David had Chris Cuomo and Adam on the same podcast, I was like, this is terrible. Like, what a poor business decision, you know? But if you look underneath, you can see them sitting with this Benjamin Crump person, because he is the person who would help if it was some kind of hate crime type of thing. So, very interesting. Someone said hips don't lie. Come on. Come on.
He showed me pictures of him and Nolan, I think at prom or something. I'm like, they don't seem to be lying. Why is the family acting like these weren't his friends? Anyway, let me get to let's go to Verdict real quick. If you guys are looking for a good quality bourbon, and it's ironically enough, the name is Verdict. But if you're looking for good bourbon, great quality bourbon, and you're a bourbon.
How dare you? Is he making money off of this young boy's death? Oh, this is nuts. This is nuts. Someone tell me how much he's making off the super chats. Oh gosh. What's going on here? So crazy. This is so crazy. This is so nuts to me. It's so wild. It's so wild. He's doing all the same things Candace is doing. All this. Also, he has an ad read. Hey, listen. I don't know if it's his company or just a company he likes. I don't know. You know, ad reads are normal, completely normal. You know, but for some reason, when Candace does it, it's just completely abnormal. He even sat down. I wonder if they're gonna actually play this. Let me see something here, because he actually sits down with the people, the boys. He starts interviewing these boys. One of them's name is Trayston. Not a real name, but it's 2026, you know. You can only name so many people Jalen and Caden, and, you know, there's only so many people you can give that name to. So now they're at Trayston, which is fine. Sounds nice. Prestigious almost, you know.
No, I don't. Just because you park your vehicle in someone's yard doesn't mean that they have to know you. Sounds more to me like he's more focused on getting people to know him and getting away from the fact that his so-called best friend is not here anymore. Everyone that they may have interviewed are at home. Our son isn't. Our son should be in college right now.
Yeah, let me go back here for a second. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's do it. Whatever. It's just a bald black guy talking. It's basically the same thing anyway. Whatever. Fine.
Because you park your vehicle in someone's yard doesn't mean that they have to know you. Sounds more to me like he's more focused on getting people to know him and getting away from the fact that his so-called best friend is not here anymore. Everyone that they may have interviewed are at home. Our son isn't. Our son should be in college right now. We should be receiving phone calls from him about how his day went, but we can't. And we just want everybody to focus on what the real subject matter is.
Understood. Understood. Now let's put this in perspective. I don't know these people. I've met Trayston. Trayston could be deceiving me. It's highly unlikely that he is, because he has shown evidence to me and he has given an articulable reason why he believed Nolan was his best friend. He told me he spent nights over their house. So therefore, put it back on the screen. Trayston said, I parked my car in their yard a few times. So the father is acknowledging that part is true. So
I don't get it. Why doesn't he just leave the parents alone? Right? Isn't that how it works? I don't understand. Isn't that how it works? Wow. It's so crazy. It's so nuts that he is willing to do this. And then you go and you look at the thumbnails and it's all Nolan. Oh man. Isn't this why they hate Candace? Isn't this exactly why they hate Candace? I don't understand. Why is it all good when Officer Tatum does it? But it's not all good when Candace does it. I don't get it. Both could be cover-ups. Parents could be lying. I don't actually know that the parents are lying, but they could be. And it's good to question them. They were kind of calm. You know, I can say about Erica the same way I can say about those parents, where I can say in that situation, I would be just broken. I wouldn't be able to talk. I wouldn't be able to have cool, calm conversations with Chris Cuomo. I wouldn't be able to tolerate Chris Cuomo in that situation, God forbid. I wouldn't be able to have a conversation with him. I wouldn't want to. It'd be terrible. Absolutely terrible. And this has been weeks he's been going at Nolan. But yet nobody points at Officer Tatum and says, you're making money off of this kid. Like, what's going on? Off of this kid's death. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah. The parents are grieving. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we can't judge fireworks, and her calling it the event of the century and doing interviews and going on book tours, how am I going to judge these parents who aren't crying in this particular interview that I'm watching? I don't know. Which is worse? Pyrotechnics, book deals, taking over a company, or just, I don't know what happened to my kid and I'm upset, but I can do this interview right now because I want to get to the truth. I don't know. Weird. Very, very weird. Very, very weird. Let's keep going here. There was a bunch of things I actually have in my info section, but I want to jump over here. I know you can't see it. Okay. I'm just saying. I know you can't see it. I know you can't. Okay. Just give me a second. Benjamin Crump is Prince Hall. Yeah, they're all Prince Hall. You think Officer Tatum's not Prince Hall? For sure he is. People don't even know what we're talking about. Black masonry. It's called Prince Hall masonry. Prince Hall was a man who was black, who was going to make his own version of masonry, and he understood how it worked. And there was a lot of free black men coming up because slavery was ended. And he had one lodge and he had another lodge, and they started to realize, like, oh, this guy could actually make just as many lodges, because they realized how many black people were in America. So they brought Prince Hall in. They said, you can be a Freemason, even though they told him he couldn't before because he was black. They brought him in, and now most black Masons will go towards Prince Hall Masonry. They can go to other lodges because they're free to now, but most of them go towards Prince Hall. Like Shaq. Shaq is a high level Mason. A lot of people don't know that. Shaq. Shaquille O'Neal, huge Mason. This guy for sure is. For sure. Especially in the South. It's really big in the South. Really big in the South. Anyway, let's jump into what Officer Tatum's talking about here.
White people gonna cover up for white people even if they wrong as two left shoes. Somehow that's projected without any indication.
Wrong as two left shoes. Officer Tatum's the best. Come on. I mean, can we get past the shilling? Can we just get past the shilling? It's fine. They don't even pay him directly. He said it himself. No one pays him directly. They pay the company, and the company is owned by another company. Isn't that far enough removed? Can't we forgive the shilling? Come on. This is crazy. No, he wasn't actually saying he's saying white people won't do that, But either way, let's see. What is this? Audio. I just want to hear the audio. That's all I want to hear. I get Tatumed out pretty quick,
And I think it's flat out racist for people to be saying because the sheriff is white that he can't do a thorough investigation and he's going to somehow cover up for a white kid, as if every white person is supportive of every white person against black people.
This is like the part of the turning point, Utah, the churchgoers, we'll call them. Well, I'm going to get an email now. It's like saying the churchgoers are going to cover for the churchgoers. You know, there's just too many parallels. It's just too crazy. It's just too crazy. I hope he clicks in. I hope he clicks in and starts supporting Candace, right? I know some people will say he's too dumb for that. I understand, but I can still hope, you know?
And I would argue this, and I'm going to say it. Y'all can get mad at me if you want to, but black people are the most racist people in America.
Cue the music. Dun, dun, na, 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 na. But Officer Tatum would never say that. He would never say that. But believe me, there's a different contender for the most racist people in the world, or in America. There's a different contender. There's a different contender. I'm just gonna say. I'm not gonna say who it is. I'm not gonna say who it is. But there's another contender. Believe me. There's a couple contenders actually. Okay. I'm not gonna say it. There's a few contenders though. I'm just saying. If you think about it. I don't know. There's another. You know what I'm saying. Anyway. You heard the music. I'm just saying. But Officer Tatum, he doesn't get pats on the head for saying that type of stuff. You know, that's why Candace gets no more pats on the head. When she was all anti-BLM and everything like that, she still is, but she used to get the pats on the head for that. You don't get pats on the head for calling out other people. You get it for calling out your own. It's a thing. It's a thing. I've experienced it as well. Somebody said, what community? Big Oi Poloi? Oh, gosh. Big Oi Poloi? That's another contender. I'm just saying. There's a few contenders, you know? You could say that like back in like the early 90s. You could possibly pull that off. 2026? Oh, man. We've learned too much. We've learned too much about different peoples and how they feel about everybody to just go with that narrative. I'm sorry.
You can argue because of the history of blacks in this country and they feel a certain way. I don't know.
Okay, let's find this audio. What's this audio?
After some of them returned without him, his mom contacted police.
Please report her 18-year-old son, Nolan Wells, missing passing at 3 on Horn Island.
And now NBC News has obtained new audio, part of a records request of a call made to a private towing company by some of Nolan's friends.
We're thinking, can y'all please come?
A mom of one of those friends wrote last week that the group left without Nolan when their boat began malfunctioning and that Nolan decided to stay on the island.
Is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's off the way.
As Nolan's family waits for answers, they've learned the case will be presented to a grand jury once the investigation is complete. The DA telling NBC News that's standard procedure for cases dealing with unknown causes of death and not an indication that a crime was committed.
We also agreed that we will have a mutual inspection of the cell phone with our experts and their experts.
Nolan's parents have said they believe content may have been deleted from his cell phone and are still demanding a thorough and fair investigation.
We know in America, in the South, certain people are investigated differently.
The Jackson County Sheriff telling me his investigators have interviewed several witnesses.
That was the whole audio? Just that part? That's not enough. What other audio is there? And actually, I heard that whole audio yesterday. It sounded actually pretty crazy. It actually sounded crazy. Because at one point, they're like, is it dead? I was like, what is that? But I have no stake in the whole investigation. But that right there, if I did have a stake in the investigation, I'd be like, hold on a second. What was that? Hold on a quick minute. They were like, is it dead? It's dead? Okay. I hope you guys are talking about an engine. What's going on? You guys got to be talking about an engine. You can't be talking about a person.
Have been charged with evidence tampering. Daniel Irving drowned at Lake Ray Hubbard, about 15 miles from downtown Dallas in April. An attorney for the family says the circumstances in his death don't, quote, add up, citing that Irving was on the honor roll and a member of the swim team.
So just imagine, as a mother or a parent, calling someone to help you save your child,
who died following a 4th of July boat trip off the coast of Mississippi. According to an affidavit, 19-year-old Lucas Roper and another teen are accused of throwing out Irving's clothes and driving away from the scene, KTVT reported. It also said the two suspects were aware of the drowning, panicked, and fled the scene.
So they're like likening it to that. I think that's a big possibility. Like I said, 18-year-olds are still kids. When you're 18, you're like, I'm an adult, you know? And then you're 40 and you're like, oh, 18-year-olds are children. They're children still, obviously, right? They're straight up children, and they just don't want to get in trouble, you know? They don't want to deal with consequences. They don't want to have the whole conversation. They just want to, you know, have things. They just don't want to be in trouble. They're just like, I just don't want to be in trouble. That's it. You know, because they're kids. They're kids. They're dumb kids. That's probably what happened. I don't know. It's a ritual. Someone said it's a ritual. Oh gosh, jeez. Don't make me start talking about all the people get found with newspapers stuffed in their bodies. You ever seen that? I'm not even gonna get into it. It's a whole thing. It's a whole wild thing. But anyway, Officer Tatum, ladies and gentlemen, going hard with the whole Nolan Wells thing. It's very interesting stuff, man. Here, I'll give you a little Nancy Grace. You guys ain't seen Nancy Grace in decades. She's still alive. She's still alive and kicking. Give you a little Nancy Grace before we get out of this whole thing.
Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us tonight. Question to you. You interviewed, as we played at the get-go, several of Nolan's friends. Did they show you photos, videos, snaps of that day on Horn Island?
I like how she said snaps. She has no idea what a snap is. That's just something they showed her. She has no clue what a snap is. There's no way she does. She's 106 years old. There's no way.
Well, Nancy, thank you so much for having me on. I spoke to 4 of the boys that are originally accused of being involved in Nolan Wells' death. And they did show me a lot of evidence. I want people to be very clear with this. I spent my career putting people in jail. My career is based on getting justice for people who have been done wrong. I've never been a defense attorney. So me going out and doing this was to find out what happened to Nolan Wells. And in talking to these young men, the burden of proof is they're going to have to prove to me. I'm not going to listen to what they say out of their mouth. They're going to have to show me. And in many cases, they showed me videos of Nolan on the island. They showed me videos of the boat when they were getting towed out, which is consistent with, you know, kind of similar to what the phone call was. I mean, they showed me pictures of them with Nolan. They showed me phone records of them calling Nolan's mom and all of the above. So they seemed very consistent. They seemed very genuine. And they also proved to me some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
Officer Tatum, are you telling me that they had reception on Horn Island? Because many people are saying, well, the reason that there's nothing on Nolan's phone of that day, like there's no pictures, there's no snaps, there's no text, there's no anything, not because it was deleted, but because he didn't have reception. But you're telling me the other boys did have snaps, photos, videos, and reception?
Yeah, no, Nancy, let me clarify this for you. It wasn't that they uploaded this online. They showed me videos and things that they took from the boat during the outing on 4th of July. I was personally out at Horn Island. I rode out there on a boat, and I didn't have great reception there. And I left my phone in the boat when I got into the water and we were actually going out to do interviews.
Objection.
What the This is an absolute nightmare blunt rotation right here. This is an absolute nightmare. This is terrible. This is objection. Whoa, jeez. This would suck. Oh my god, I'm going home. Can I get my portion of smoke to go, please? Can I get my portion of smoke and ash to go? I have a bag here. Yes. Ziploc. Thank you so much. I'll just take this. Goodbye.
You've been in court long enough to know you're going to get objections. You said you didn't have great reception, but you did have reception, did you not?
No, there was reception there. It just wasn't great, and it wasn't great enough for people, in my opinion, to upload. You can make a phone call potentially, but you wasn't going to upload data to a social media account. Now, could people take the steps to do it if they're dedicated enough? Yes, but it doesn't appear that would have been a frequent thing, given the fact that you probably had 1 or 2 bars out there. And I heard evidence of that. Not only did I see evidence of it when I went out there myself personally with my cell phone, when I listened to the CETO call, you could tell that the call dropped out several times. It seemed like they were having trouble at times hearing each other. So it is consistent. And anybody that travel out there that have gone to the 4th of July celebration, they know that the reception is not very great. So the videos that they showed me in call logs were things that were not associated to social media, that they never posted on social media. It was, pictures and videos that they took on their phone.
Okay. Let me refine my question. I take it from your last answer that the answer is yes, you had reception on Horn Island.
Oh, geez.
Yes, I did have reception on Horn Island.
We just played that CETO call. It's 2 words, SEATOW, and it's kind of insurance that people have that are boat goers. And if you have a problem, CETO will come and tow you back to the mainland. They said they had a problem. They said they were taking on water. One of your takes is that all the chatter that we're hearing, wake up, Nolan, are you dead, Nolan, wake the F up, Nolan,
that was in the actual audio. It was like, wake up, Nolan, and then it was, is it dead? I think somebody said, is it dead? I don't know if it was, are you dead? But it was very weird stuff. And it does seem like he's lying. And I will say one thing. He said he was going to call Candace Owens. You can't even handle Nancy Grace. You think you're going to be able to handle Candace Owens? Are you kidding me? It's going to be, oh yeah, my wife's saying I need my brother to weigh on this. I wonder if because he's always, I think he's on a boat right now. I think he's always on the boat. Yeah, weird stuff. Very, very weird stuff. Yeah. And Officer Tatum cannot handle this. This is not something he can do. He wasn't ready for this. Who's putting him in front of Nancy Grace? What's going on?
be referring to the battery, the bilge on the boat, that it's all unclear. Regarding the boat being disabled, apparently it was not. Listen.
So first, at 9:56 a.m., the boat leaves the original dock. It arrives at Horn Island at 11:14. So at around 4 o'clock, there is a call to the Coast Guard about the boat. NBC News got a hold of it.
We're sinking. Can y'all please come?
And is everybody on board in good health otherwise?
Yeah, everybody's on board.
Everybody's on board. So does that mean Nolan is on there? Who was on that boat? At 4:31, the boat leaves Horn Island and it is towed approximately 3 miles, and then the tow ends. So after 3 miles, they go back to the original dock, okay? They arrive at 5:44 p.m. So it looks like this is where Horn Island is, and this is where the original dock is that I am referring to. I looked it up, and El Camino Real Road is in Gulf Hills, Mississippi, which is right above Ocean Springs. So I'm wondering if this is the house where they got the phone. Now, the boat travels to Fort Bayou at 6:06.
Instead of Fort Huachuca, they got Fort Bayou, you know? Instead of Candace Owens, they got Officer Tatum, you know? This is such a weird, you know... Someone said, this is a story I'm starting to believe he ain't dead. Oh, gosh. And now we have people who believe he's not even dead. Oh, my gosh. This is This is Charlie. This has Charlie Kirk all over. Some fort in a bayou. I've never been to some fort in the bayou. I don't know what you guys are talking about here. Never in my life. I've been to some fort in the bayou. Yeah. We'll see.
6, the boat.
If one of his friends' name is Andrew, another one's named Blake, I'm leaving. I'm leaving, guys. I'll leave the computer and everything on, but I'm leaving. I'm out.
Returns to the original dock. Then, from the original dock, the boat goes back to Fort Bayou, and then they go to the boat launch, and it is put onto the trailer and moved by the vehicle. Did they drop people off at the original dock, travel to Fort Bayou, pick somebody up, and go back to that original dock? And then from there, why was there an hour and 13-minute time gap? This boat was sinking hours before, and then they're just having it docked for an hour and 13 minutes. You would think they'd want to get that boat out of the water ASAP.
That from the real TikTok detective, the boat wasn't sinking. They told Cito it was sinking. What's the truth? Was it sinking and they repaired it? Did they have a leak and they repaired it and kept on SOP? Brandon Tatum joining us, former cop, now star of The Officer Tatum. Did the young man explain those travels we just identified?
See, now he's Officer Tatum again, and she is Candace Owens in this universe. She has taken over the role of Candace Owens from here on out in this universe. This is crazy. He can't handle this. This is not good.
Yeah, 100%. They did that. I wish that people on the internet would have had an opportunity, and they can go look at the interview that I did with Warren, but they had an opportunity to actually talk to these young men to get this in perspective, because some people have no idea how boats function and how they work. They explained to me, they took me on a boat and showed me exactly where they went, where they docked, where did they, stop at, how did they get the bilge pump and the water out of the boat and all of the above. So they were sinking. They were taking on water. The water came up high enough that the batteries weren't working. They had to get a tow to kind of tow them out. Where you can see the young lady saying about 3 miles out. It's a complicated boat's jargon, but they ended up getting the boat out. They ended up getting it to the point where they could run the boat, run the water out of the.
He said complicated boat jargon. All right. We're about done. We're about done when he says complicated boat jargon. Hey, we're good. We're good, man. Thanks, man. Thanks so much, Officer Tatum. Tatum, is it? Tatum? I'm confused sometimes, That's good enough. It's just complicated boat jargon. What'd you say? Are you talking about words? It's just complicated, bow and front and back and, anchor, it's real complicated. So are you lying, Officer Tatum? You sound like you're lying. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know if he's lying, but he sounds very dishonest. Yeah, that's why I say he's not in the role of Candace Owens anymore. He has to step out of that role. He went back to Turning Point. He was Candace Owens for a minute. Then all of a sudden he went back to just being a Turning Point shill. It's all good. It's completely fine. You got to do what you love. You know what I mean? You got to do what you love. He said complicated boat jargon. I was like, okay, I guess we're done with this clip. You're not getting that over on me. Nah, you're not getting that over on me. Someone said he ain't truthing. Nah, I don't think so. Someone said, why are his pants so tight? Hey, man, leave him alone. He's trying new looks. Why is his leg crossed? That's the thing. It's like, you can tell this is so uncomfortable to have your leg up so high. And then you got that boot on. It's like, who are you? You know what I mean? You're hanging out with Tyler Boyer too much. You're hanging out with Tyler Boyer and Andrew. You're hanging out with them too much, man. Come on back to Fort Worth, buddy. Come on back, Dallas, man. Forget about what they're teaching you out there, man. Come on. You take fashion advice from Erica and Blake? Come on, man. You don't need all that. They're going to have you in sparkles soon, bro. They're going to have you in sparkles, big dog. Come on, man. You don't need none of that. It's so weird. So weird. All right, let's jump in here.
At any point in time. He called me.
This is his friend Trayston Shepard. I know by the name, you'd think he was white, but names don't work like that anymore. It's a free for all for names. He looks mixed anyway. So it's names are all over the place now. White kids named Jalen, right? Black kids named Rick. It's all over the place, and that's good. That's good. That's unity slowly happening.
11 o'clock on the 4th to see where I was parked at. Man, me and Nolan have countless nights of him giving me advice on my girlfriend, on my life in general. Nolan has been the only friend, and I love my friends and my best friends in this group of guys, but Nolan has been the only person that ever told me, like, he's proud of what I've done. He's proud of how hard I worked. He's proud of me going overseas to go play ball. That was my guy. Like, that was my best friend.
Yeah, and so how does it make you feel when the media activists are coming out and alluding to the fact that you may have something to do with what happened to Nolan on that day?
Man, that hurts. It hurts is an understatement. I beat myself up every night I lay down. Beat myself up anytime it crosses my mind. Because in my head, if I wasn't drinking, if I didn't get into that altercation, maybe I would be able to do something. Maybe I would have saw something. Maybe I would have told Nolan, hey, man, you're not going with that girl. Just come back with us. We're going back a little bit later. We can go meet up with the guys later. Maybe it just plays out different. And then the fact that they're going to play that is I'm already trying to mourn my friend's death as is, and I'm blaming myself for it. To put that in my head is a next level of hurt.
So these people are claiming that they are his best friends. This guy here is like, this is actually my best friend, Nolan Wells. And the parents are saying, no, you were not best friends at all. Not even close. And Officer Tatum is right along with them, saying, yeah, this is his best friend. He's giving me probable cause or possibility that this is actually his best friend. Wow. And his cause of death remains undetermined pending further investigation and release of a toxology report. There we go. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, again, I'm not getting deep into this whole thing, but still, I mean, it's just so weird that Officer Tatum is so willing to push against the official narrative that's being drawn when it comes to this case, and not willing to do it at all when it comes to Charlie Kirk's case. Not even slightly. Like, already calling, he's like, I want to see Tyler Robinson dead. He's already doing that. It's crazy. Crazy. Who cares? So many people are writing the word. When you write a word, it doesn't change. You have to understand. I read the same word that you're writing, so I'm not going to all of a sudden say it the way that you're saying it because you're right. That's not how it works. You can't write the same word and then be like, well, he'll understand because I wrote it this way and I'm saying it this way in my head as I'm writing it. I'm not going to know. That's not how it works, guys. Not yet, at least. But yeah, that was the whole thing I wanted to point out when it came to this thing. He's actually going out of his way. This is another friend that he interviewed here. He's going out of his way to make sure that the parents have to go through what happened to their kid over and over again by interviewing people, et cetera, et cetera. I thought this was all bad to do. I thought this caused division between the brothers. I thought that this was evil and demonic. I thought this was in poor taste, finding people's text messages and releasing them of someone who's passed away. I thought all of this was a terrible thing to do. And all of a sudden it's not, Laney actually has a theory that Turning Point is actually sending him on this story because they don't want him helping the Charlie Kirk case anymore. They're like, you're doing more harm than good. Get out of here. Go talk about Nolan Wells. I don't know. It's a funny theory, But I don't know if that's actually, I don't know if that's actually what's going on. Just get out of here. Go cover something else. We don't need you here. Please go cover something else immediately. But they're not doing any better. You know what I mean? They're doing terrible themselves. So that could be the case, but I don't know. I don't know. That's what she was thinking. Who knows what's going on there? And hey, let me be the Rob. Can I be the Rob McCoy? Can I be Frank Turek? Can I just be yanking and banking right now and say, hey, maybe he's just doing it for clicks? How about that? Maybe he's doing it for clicks and money. You know how these people are. They're all about clicks and money. Right? That's why he's doing this whole thing. He's doing it for clicks and money and all these things. You know? Oh, that's so funny. Somebody said, be careful. Andrew writes a list of mispronounced words. Yeah, everybody does. They don't realize they're being Andrews. I love what Candace did. She just used every word in debacle. Yeah, does that get you a kerfuffle? Oh, is that, you not like that? Oh, you're going to make fun of me for that? I was like, get him, girl. Get him. I was like, perfect. I love that. I loved it. Someone said Officer Demon. Right? I don't know. It's just very weird. Very weird. But I'll continue to call that out as it goes. And we'll see. We'll see. And listen, maybe in Candace Owens fashion, maybe he's actually right. You know what's funny about that whole thing? I will say, you know what's really funny about it is the fact that he gets to go on Nancy Grace's show. I think Chris Cuomo works for News Nation, pretty sure. And he gets all of this, semi-mainstream kind of clout. People are willing to actually sit down and be like, what did you find in this case so far? And actually have this back and forth with him. They're not willing to do that with Candace. And the reason is because Officer Tatum is presenting a black versus white scenario, right? That case is, showing a black versus white scenario. And the Charlie Kirk case doesn't show that. It shows something else. It shows the elites versus Candace, I guess. It shows Philly versus Candace, I guess, or just versus some guy that was supposedly just a podcaster. It exposes different people, so no one's willing to touch it. But just because Officer Tatum's thing is like this black versus white, left versus right type of narrative, then all of a sudden it's like it gets all this play. It's gross. Just gross. It's just so gross. Ah, man. Anyway, let's move on to Candace here. Candace's episode, there wasn't a crazy amount. It was good to hear the update from her for her security guard that he's still alive. He's having trouble getting an appointment now that he's back in America. It was good to hear about that. I think the main things that I was focused on, I had it written down. Oh, Bagley, and the new people. I will play that for you in a second. Well, I won't even play it for you. I'll show it right here. The new people. I mean, the list just keeps growing. It gets weirder and weirder. It's classic Utah. I started looking into that whole Lego thing yesterday. I mean, I don't know if there's parallels, but it does show corruption and how easy it is there. Like how very easy it is there. They just kind of operate by their own standards. That's what it seems like. From the little scratching of the surface I did with the whole Lego case, it just seems like they operate on their own, like just however they want. So if they want to just get rid of a whole bunch of people, fill it in with a whole bunch of other people, have those people be the one that found the gun, the one that helped find the screwdriver, the one that just randomly demoted himself down to a lower position so he could just be in the immediate circle of Utah in regards to the Charlie Kirk case. Kash Patel dipped in honey. Judge Graff. A lot of people don't remember this about Judge Graff. Judge Graff wasn't the guy. He wasn't even supposed to be the judge. He just came out of nowhere. A lot of people don't even remember that. But early on, people were like, the judge is gone and it was replaced by another guy. And it's not even like correct me if I'm wrong, it's not even like he's a super experienced guy in this whole thing, right? I don't want to say he's a new judge, but it's just the whole thing's weird. But anyway, let's get to it. Let's have Candace talk about this a little bit. Let's jump over here.
In my head, examining the facts that whoever he was with had to have had some rank. Feds on the scene. They would send themselves up there. They're not going to just let some scrub officer take over. Now, lucky for Officer Bagley, I went combing through all the footage that was sent to me on September 10th, and lo and behold, Officer Bagley gets up there at 12:44. I was able to find some footage of who Officer Bagley was with. It was captured by a bystander at 12:47 p.m. Thank you, Candace. Oh my gosh, you're welcome, Officer Bagley. I'm sure that's what you wanted. You just probably wanted to positively ID who was on the Losey Rooftop Center with you. And despite all of the resources of the feds and UVU police and all the cameras, you couldn't do it before that preliminary hearing when you sit down with your lawyer and try to make sure that you have every possible detail remembered. But here I am to save the day.
That's amazing. Just amazing sarcasm there. Yeah, just losing her mind. Just going nuts. Oh, thank you, Candace. Oh, you're so welcome. Since none of you bastards are willing to thank me for all the things that I keep finding. You say I have no evidence, and I keep coming with evidence. And it's like, you're trying to make me crazy. And I don't really know why you would do this to a person. I just want to figure out. She's just going, just getting pissed off now. She's like, okay, and then I catch a guy who's like kind of committing perjury, and it's just like, whatever, Candace is crazy, and it's like, okay, fine, I guess I'm just crazy, or maybe it's just perjury, I don't know, maybe someone should go to jail, I don't know. She's just going nuts,
Here is the footage. Let's watch that. 12:47 p.m. Random person walking, and they catch Losey Rooftop. Who could that be? Who is that, dear? Who? Oh, man, in a plain clothes. Let's bring that closer, actually. Let's
Why didn't I know? Why didn't I know that happened? Wow. Why didn't I? I think it's because I was listening to it in double speed. So I was like, oh, it just sounds like she's just saying a thing. It just sounds like she's singing. It's not really her singing. There's no way. That wouldn't make any sense whatsoever, right? There's no way that's what I'm hearing, obviously. That was crazy. Oh my gosh. Mr. Bagley, aka this guy sucks, according to Baron Coleman. Baron Coleman does not like Bagel. He does not like Officer Bagel.
And when you sit down with your lawyer and try to make sure that you have every possible detail remembered. But here I am to save the day. Here is the footage. Let's watch that. 12:47 p.m. Random person walking, and they catch Losey Rooftop. Who could that be? Who is that, dear? Who? Oh, man, in a plain clothes. Let's bring that closer, actually. Let's, Officer Bagley, I think that might be you. Because here you are, lower. We have a close-up of him down there wearing the hat and looks a little baldy on the side. Could be you, definitely, but we definitely can ID the other guy. Let's show them on that rooftop again. Oh, bag with the red hat. Losey Rooftop. So who is that guy in plain clothes on Losey with a bag and a backpack? Well, first and foremost, credit to Muppet Masher on X, who was able to identify the person. It is Officer Alan Robinson from the Utah State University Department of Public Safety, Utah State University. So not even a UVU officer. Now, this guy, in theory, is just supposed to be a part of general reinforcements on that day. A nobody. But I'm excited that we can at least get to add this, presumably a nobody, to our ever-growing list of people who are brand new, because he had just joined the USU police force the summer before. Here is the announcement on Facebook. They announced it on Facebook that he had joined. And another weird thing that we noted while going back and reviewing that footage, but Alan Robertson, as we're going through all that early footage, he actually seems like he's the person that's immediately in charge. We're going to unpack that further this week. Very weird. We're told he's just some rookie officer from Utah State University who was helping out at the event, maybe some crowd control. It's not even his campus. Why would anyone listen to this dude? It's a good question, right? Why would anyone? I'd be like, this isn't your campus. More importantly, why is Officer Bagley seemingly running cover for this rookie? seemingly, allegedly. Kind of makes me think that this guy is maybe more important than Officer Bagley is letting on.
Wow, she's a regular Officer Tatum asking all these questions. How dare she? You know what I mean? How dare she? Just to give a shout out, Baron has mentioned the Muppet Masher. Candace has now also mentioned the the Muppet Masher. Okay, hey, that's the name you chose. That's it. Now it has to be your name. But I mean, I looked this morning, it was at 15,000. I looked last night, it was at 10,000. This guy has gotten a major push because of Candace and Baron and his actual hard work. I believe he was one of the people that defended me when there was a whole bunch of weird stuff going on. So shout out to him. Great follow. Figured I'd show you guys his page really quick. We'll get back to Candace in a second. Figured I'd show you his page really quick. He's been going at it for a long time. He even called out Tyler Boyer. He says, "I know what you did, Tyler. I know who you called. I know who you threatened, and I now know why. You've been flying low on the radar, but I see you down there. You, Blake Neff, Senator Mike Lee, and Phil Lyman have been busy getting your story straight. And the cat ain't going back in the bag. It's time we do a real deep dive into your BYU Mormon involvement and see what demons boil to the surface. Hang on to your little hat, man. It might get a little bumpy. So if you're on X, he would be a good follow because he is going to be coming with some heat very soon. Very disrespectful picture of Tyler to use. There's better pictures. That just shows he's not playing around. So there you go. Check him out. Definitely check him out. He's been doing great. He's gotten like almost 10,000 followers in like 48 hours. So he's getting there. You never know. He could be on his Baron run for the, you know what I mean? Like, it happened for Baron in like 100 episodes. Muppet Masher might just grow. He might start a YouTube channel. Sorry if I'm misspeaking here. I don't know if he has one already, but just saying, give him a follow. He does great work.
Gratefully, YouTuber Nisi, who does fantastic work, by the way, was able to put through a list of several things, question marks about Officer Bagley's testimony that don't appear at second glance to be, well, nothing but the truth. Take a listen.
So they describe a man with a badge and a pistol who went with him to the roof. The individual that fits that description is this red hat guy with the khaki shorts. He has a bag with a badge on it, and he was walking around with a handgun. The ex-account Muppet Masher identified the red hat guy as Alan Robertson and his friend in the blue shirt as Christopher Haycock. In the Life is Driving footage, you see him walking around and texting and making calls, and this really stood out to me because you don't see any other law enforcement officers doing this. Ultimately, Officer Bagley's version of events just doesn't line up with the available footage. So the question is, why lie? Allegedly, he fails to mention that the man in the red hat was the one that alerted him to the holster. He fails to mention that he had a conversation with the man in the red hat before going to the Losi Center roof. And it is interesting that they get there and conveniently his body camera just stops running. He says the battery died.
Whoa, hold on a second. He said what? He had a conversation with Bagel beforehand? Is that what she said? No.
The one that alerted him to the holster. He fails to mention that he had a conversation with the man in the red hat before going to the Losi Center roof. And it is interesting that they get there and conveniently his body camera just stops running. He says the battery died, but the camera had only been running for 27 minutes, and these body cameras are supposed to last around 10 hours.
Seems a little suspicious. You were already taking orders from him about the holster. You just didn't mention that throughout your testimony at all. Why are we seemingly providing coverage for a rookie? From Terrell Farnsworth to Officer Bagley, there seems to be an immediate understanding that this Alan Robertson character, who shall not be named, is calling the shots. It's as though he's like in command of the post-assassination operation. And you know what's funny about that? We decided to look into him, and that is actually what he did, but in the military. You see, Alan Robertson is actually a United States Marine. That makes sense. And according to his LinkedIn, he was the marksmanship instructor for the Marines from 2009 to 2014 at Camp Pendleton, which is in California. It's a Marine base. He's been deployed in combat in Afghanistan. He was also deployed in humanitarian work in Japan for the Marines before he arrived into Utah. You know how I'm feeling right now about the Marines getting involved in humanitarian work overseas. But he was also a police officer just before going to Utah in San Bernardino, California. But something happened. It was very short before he gets moved out to Utah. Something happened. We don't know what happened, but we believe something did because there was an entry made for him on the Brady List website. So if you've never heard of the Brady List website, it's a database of law enforcement officers who have a documented history of misconduct, dishonesty, or integrity violations. And the records are kept actually by prosecutors so that they can then share them with defense attorneys during a criminal trial. The reason is because the Brady List explicitly deals with an officer's credibility as a witness. It indicates that there's internal investigators or like prosecutors are flagging an incident which involves dishonesty, perhaps falsifying a police report, a policy violation that was severe enough that the defense now has a constitutional right to know that this officer was involved in something that's not good, that puts his credibility in the spotlight. And so,
wow, so crazy. I mean, you know, I say it all the time, and I'm telling you, I mean it when I say it. Classic Utah. I mean it when I say it. It is classic Utah to bring a guy like that in. And somebody even said it in the comments. I saw it. I was thinking the exact same thing. Why is he not in court? Why does Bagel have to be in court where Bagel could be like, I don't know who it was? And now it seems, and I guess I have to say allegedly, but it seems like he's lying, because if you talk to the guy beforehand and the guy's just like, all right, man, so this is what has to happen. We have to get up on that roof, okay? Because we're thinking it came from the Losi Center. Were you thinking the same thing? Wouldn't you be like, hey, man, this is great. This is a great plan. Who are you? What's going on? Who are you? Is that badge real? What's the number? What's your name? Son? What's going on here, son? What's happening with you? Who are you? Not at any time did he say, hey, man, we're walking together to this roof, man. It's great to get to know you. Who are you? No? Nothing? It's weird. It's weird. It's very weird. just walking around with some guy with a gun. You're just like, I don't know. Seems nice enough. You're fired. You're fired. Not even hands behind your back. Just you're fired, man. You gotta go, big guy. Bagel, is it? Oh, Bagley? I don't really care. You're fired. Get out. Obviously. What are you talking about? This is insane. This is so stupid. Why is he not in court? The new guy. Yeah, this list of new people is nuts. Someone said, you're done. Yeah, you're done. Get out of here, man. You gotta leave. It's why? How come he's not in court? How come he didn't have to testify? He was there when the screwdriver was found too. I don't get it. It's very weird. The whole thing seemed weird. And then Candace talks about this guy potentially having done something bad, like he's potentially a dirty cop. I don't even really care about that. I mean, just look at the bunch of new people who showed up. Kash Patel cleared out the bureau, Salt Lake City, filled it with new people just before this happened. This guy pops up. This guy pops up. Like I said, this dude demoted himself. What's his name there? I need to make it bigger. I don't need to make it bigger. It doesn't make it bigger for me. What are you doing? Foster, his son Mitchell. They're just all on the case. Oh my God. Then you have the Stepford judge. Yeah, Judge Graff, Stepford judge. Then you have Kash Patel. Probably has some kind of MK on him or something. There's something going on in his brain. It's just wild brain that guy has. Yeah. It would be remarkable if he was in control of his own stuff. I mean, yeah, just crazy timing. Yeah, it's really crazy timing that they all just came together, like Voltron. Just like Voltron, they all just, like a Power Ranger. What did the Power Rangers make? No, some kind of robot. Some kind of dirty robot that just executed cover-ups. Isn't that what they did in Power Rangers? Didn't they all come together and they would cover things up? Am I wrong? Is that a different show? I don't know. I haven't watched it in a long time. I just figured. Right down to the medical examiner. I think that's enough for me. Listen, You don't have to be caught as a dirty cop to be, caught up in this whole scenario that we're seeing here. Because this guy's not seen as dirty. This here, I'll make it bigger for you guys. This guy here, Foster, the guy who demoted himself, he's not dirty. But I mean, it's so weird that he demoted himself basically and then went here. And he's right with his son. And then his son has a part in it. And this guy just pops up. People say they don't even know who this guy is to hide him. It's like, even if he was clean as a whistle, it's still crazy. It's still nuts. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, also, a lot of you guys were tagging me in talking about Tyler being put on watch. Somebody linked me the video where it was showing Candace talking about him being put on, don't do it to yourself watch. You know what I mean? And that's an old video of Candace. That's a much older video. It's not new. So I don't know if there's been any new updates on Tyler being put in the whole, don't do it to yourself vest. But as far as I know, like, that's old information, but still very, very much something that should be watched, because he might end up that way. We'll just put it that way, Anyway, let's keep going here. Blake Neff had a big problem with what Candace Owens was doing. He always has a big problem with what Candace is doing. Should I just follow Blake? I have no desire to. Him and Andrew, all those guys. I don't follow any of them. Should I? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to. In today's episode, Candace Owens starts harassing another random Utah police officer. Accuses him of being a dirty cop. Suggests it's suspiciously timed that he moved out to Utah a whole year before the Charlie Kirk shooting. Now, I mean, the fact that he says a whole year, I mean, but that's how it works. I know, I guess it sounds crazy to people who just don't think this way, which I don't think Blake does. I think Blake does know about conspiracies quite a bit. And I'm sure he's subscribed to a lot of them, and he's just acting like he never does now, that it's just not in his benefit. But, I mean, yeah, he goes out there a whole year before. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? You have to think, Charlie was talking this way for a long time. This could have been being planned for a long time. If it was planned by other people, this could have been planned for a very long time. Or this guy could have been placed there not realizing that he was going to be a part of a plan. You have no idea. And they only let him know a week before. They were just like, all right, we heard him on Megyn Kelly. Listen, Red Hat, get over here. So Charlie was on Megyn Kelly. He said a bunch of things he shouldn't have said. So we're going to put this whole thing into play. Yeah, the Losi Center thing. Exactly. So you're going to take that bagel face, whatever his name is. You're going to take him on the roof. He's going to find a screwdriver. Don't worry. All good. Thanks, man. All right. We'll see you soon. Could have been. Just saying. You never know. But Blake had an issue with this. He says, then ask people who knew him in the Marines years ago to send her dirt on him so she can harass him more. Why does he keep connecting it to harassing? Why is Officer Tatum doing research and investigation, and for some reason Candace Owens is just harassing? Why isn't Officer Tatum being seen as harassing? I don't get it. Why isn't he being seen that way at all? Mike Rowley said you beat me to it. Yeah, I know. I'm quick. Because it's right, the chat is right beside what I'm reading. It's directly beside it. We already saw this with the police sergeant she went after 2 weeks ago, then got bored with. Candace feels no shame harassing any person she feels like just to keep her grift going while maybe hurting a few people along the way. Oh, there you go. It's crazy that this is not being said about Officer Tatum. I can't get over it. No one's saying anything like this about Officer Tatum and what he's doing. For some reason, she's harassing somebody. She just wants to know what's going on. Like, it doesn't seem... That's why I say it's impossible. I don't think Blake's a dumb guy. He's zesty. You can say he's zesty, but that doesn't mean he's dumb. There's many men who are very, very zesty, very flamboyant, and they're smart. There's no way he looks at that and goes, oh, well, that's just nothing. That's absolutely nothing. There's no way. You can't. The guy said, hey, I don't know who that guy is. But they talked before they went to the roof together? And he just had no idea who it was? And also, he says his body cam turned off. See, this is very interesting now with what Nisi was saying. He says his body cam turned off as they were getting to the roof, right before he saw the screwdriver. It just went beep, 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 zoop, and just turned off. Fine. Okay. But what about the body cam footage before that? I wonder if there's actual cam footage of him talking with that guy and the conversation that they had. I wonder if that exists. I'm sure we'll find out one day. No, I'm being sarcastic. We're not going to find out. It's gone. It's gone. It's just going to be gone magically. That's the way it's going to go. It always goes that way. It's just the way. Daisy steps in. By the way, Blake Neff's 96 tweet about Candace Owens since May 15th. Standis with a heart. Very nice of, very, very nice of Daisy to say that, you know. Dude seems like a great guy to me. Served in the military. Now he's a police officer. This is so, like, I thought this was sarcastic. I read this yesterday. I was like, is that sarcasm? It sounds like sarcasm, you know? But it just shows, like, we're all in different worlds, right? It's like, he served in the military. Now he's a police officer. Yeah, it sounds like a great guy to me. It's like, okay, I guess, yeah. Not really, you know? Sometimes they're great people. Sometimes they're not. Especially if they're involved in cover-ups. The ones involved in cover-ups tend to not be the best guys, right? And that's not across the board. Sometimes a guy covers something up and he's a great hang at a bar or a barbecue. He's a fantastic hang. But also he'll cover something up if he needs to. It's, you know, hit and miss. Anyway. I just wanted to see if Candace jumped in on it or anything. No, she didn't. Maybe she will later on. Probably not. She's probably getting all blaked out, quite honestly. She's probably getting pissed. You know? She's probably done with it. She's probably done hearing Anna Escobar says, Blake got to be the #1 Standis at this point. Next time, send a super chat, Blakey. Well, imagine he does. Just sends a super chat, calls her a slur. You know? I'm sure that's going to happen one day. But anyway, Blake does not like what Candace is doing here. Not even a little bit. Could you imagine?
So he has an entry, so to speak, on Brady List's website, and we looked, and I thought, well, maybe there's an entry for every officer in the land, and I read their about section. I searched online. It said, nope, that's not what they do. But in particular, most of the people who are on this website, they have a link to what their, if you want to call them, offenses are, or what they were involved in that earned them to be mentioned on the Brady List website. But Alan Robertson and every police officer that is at San Bernardino has a blank under here, and it tells us that the absence of disclosed material is affected by institutional limitations. And then it says San Bernardino Police Department is not in compliance with its Brady disclosure obligations. So every officer that is working at San Bernardino that has an entry on this website, there are no details that are provided. And when you click, what does it mean to not be in compliance? I mean, it sounds like they can just give you the runaround if they want and say, we are in compliance with the Brady stuff, but maybe it's an ongoing investigation. You can click through and look at this yourself. Alan E. Robertson, my assumption is he has an entry and they're not able to get details on it. Obviously, you guys also know there's a lot of corruption in the San Bernardino, California Police Department. And so we are looking for information to be able to verify whether or not there was an incident involving Alan E. Robertson in California, which earned him an entry on the Brady List website. Again, we are not too familiar with this website, but we have done our basic due diligence here. And we can definitively state that there is no officer in San Bernardino that has any like documented files attached. So that seems like they are correct, that they are not complying or being totally open with ongoing investigations. Is there a reason he was moved from San Bernardino to Utah? We are obviously...
Man, I don't know. I think the reason is because of why he was there doing that. I mean, he picked up a holster. I remember people found this out very early in the whole investigation space. They found that guy on video. He picks up a holster. A lot of people thought he picked up a firearm at first. I remember this was months and months ago. Everybody was like, oh, this guy picked up a firearm. There's a firearm there. The shot came from that side, et cetera, et cetera. And it was actually on Charlie's right side. And it turned out, no, it was just a holster. But it's not even like he picked it's not even like he did the, maybe this is just TV shows, but you pick it up with a glove or a bag, you bag it, you're like, okay, this is evidence. He didn't do any of that. He just picked it up with his hand and walked off with it. You don't even know what he did. It was weird. It was very weird. Adding on to what Baron said yesterday when we were playing the Baron clip, just all the weirdness that was happening throughout that whole video, the whole cleanup, because that's really what was going on. They weren't doing any type of, now that I think about it, because I was thinking about that whole clip that Baron was showing, the clip that Project Constitution showed. It was not securing a crime scene. They were just cleaning up. That's it. They were cleaning everything up. They're like, let's get rid of this. And then once everybody was gone, they're like, okay, now demolish this stuff. Demolish this immediately. And that's what they did. It was a cleanup. It had nothing to do with securing a crime scene. Zero to do with securing a crime scene. Why on earth am I the missing glove. Yeah, let's move on to the missing glove thing really quick here. Let's jump on.
Which makes the story of what actually went down during the short car ride to the hospital even stranger. I don't think this car ride could get any stranger. We've got all of these random facts that we are learning. Phone calls, the Ben Shapiro security team, CPR that didn't happen, but did happen, but the memories are different, but it's not a contradiction. And of course, we broke the story 2 weeks ago. Do not forget that in the SUV that transported Charlie to the hospital, there were black gloves that were left in the left side door, right in the back. Remember these? I'm going to show you on the left. That's actually what was stuffed in there. And on the right was our recreation. We speculated that these were either leather or used black nitrile gloves like the kind that you see that are sterile, synthetic rubber, among other things. They are used for surgery. Well, now we can positively assert that those gloves were not in the passenger door when Charlie arrived on campus. Like I said, one of our sleuths emailed us and gratefully, it turns out that the amazing Mikey McCoy, who was suddenly recording Charlie's last moments in the weeks leading up as well, he recorded Charlie getting out of the car at the event that day, and he was sitting in that specific seat. So he opened his own car door, and that pocket was exposed as completely empty. I'm going to show you that. This is Charlie's arrival. Take a look at this. And unfortunately, if you are listening to this on just audio, you are going to have to pivot to video to see. Don't worry, we're going to slow it down. You just saw that. Here it is, more slowed down, empty. And we're going to pause so we can just look at the empty abyss of no gloves.
Wow.
Oh, why are there no gloves there? Get out of the vehicle. Vehicle's parked. Charlie does the event. And then magically we're going to get some sterile gloves in there. This is exceedingly problematic, you guys, because it doesn't match the story that we were told by Brian Harpole. Remember?
This is exceedingly problematic, you guys. Like she just started looking into it. Like, ooh, I don't know what to tell everybody here. Ooh, this doesn't look good. Okay.
Only Brian was supposed to be the person working on Charlie in the car, in the series of events that unfolded. Brian was definitively not sitting on that side of the car, and he was already covered in blood, so much blood. He tells a story about how the nurse wiped it off of his face. So I don't think there would have been any reason for him, already covered in blood, to go, but wait, let me just grab these gloves as the car is going 100 miles per hour. But let's assume he did. Let's assume that was his first thought. He's like, you know what? I'm going to put on some sterile gloves very quickly. Even if he had done that, then we'd make the argument that there's absolutely no reason at all for him to have removed the gloves and then stuck them over in Rick Cutler's door as they arrived at the hospital. If you put the gloves on, you keep them on as you carry the person out of the car. Do we agree? You don't take them off. He's not done bleeding. So yeah, location doesn't make sense. It's in Rick Cutler's door.
Oh, it's in Rick's door. Well, I mean, everybody says Rick's an assassin. I mean, allegedly, I don't know. He seems like he was like a hired I'm not saying he is. That's what people have said online. I've seen it many times. People think that guy is a straight up killer. I don't know. I have no idea. That's what people think. You know, it's mainly because they have a picture of him smiling very big as he's like working on Charlie. And that's one of the reasons. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know the guy. I have no idea who the guy is. But he's smiling real big over Charlie. And people seem to not like that. People seem very uneasy by having a very big smile as you're working on someone that's bleeding out. I don't know why. I have no idea why. I mean, it checks out to me. Seems like it's all fine. But a lot of people think he is like a hired gun almost. You guys know what I mean? I'm not saying he is. I have no idea. I've never met the guy. I'm trying to find the picture. Somebody found a very clear picture. And he has a very big smile on his face. I don't know why. And listen, maybe it just took him back to the days. Again, I'm not saying he is. But I mean, you know, a lot of people, they say that about him. I don't know anything about him other than he had a brown shirt on. That's all I know about that guy. I hope I can find it. It was such a big smile. It was weird. Because I've always seen those pictures and I'm like, you can't really make it out. Somebody went super close. Super close. I'm looking at my bookmarks now. It's just a bunch of Graham being gay stuff. There's too much Graham gay stuff in my bookmarks now. Graham gummed up my bookmarks with all those weird pictures he was taking. All those people that love him in that community. You know what I mean? Anyway, I can't find it. But yeah, a lot of people think that about this Rick Cutler guy. They think that. He actually has a very interesting background. And, not a killer background. He has a background of going to Philadelphia quite a bit. And he has a background of being well trained in first aid. Being very well trained in this whole thing. So well trained that it wouldn't make sense for him to be holding Brian. It would make sense for him to be working on Charlie. Apparently. Yeah. And then he just disappeared. And that's something also people didn't like. Like Dan Flood, they kind of knew where Dan Flood was. Frank Turek's yanking and banking, screaming on his podcast. Brian Harpole was doing interviews. Also Justin Davis. No one knows where Justin Davis is. But Rick Cutler just kind of disappeared. He was just gone. No words, no interviews. He was just like, I'm gone. So a lot of people had this idea that he was just there for that purpose. Just to do his thing, get in, get out. And, who knows if it's true? Who knows? But a lot of people think it. And now he had gloves on. Why did he have gloves on? Maybe he was just like, let me just take some precaution. There's so much blood, right? There's just so much. I just want to put on these gloves really quick. But Brian was hanging from the car. He was like this. So that means he got into the car, put on gloves. Why would he get into the car, put on gloves, and then not work on Charlie? But then also, when you think about it, when you look at this picture, he was at Charlie's chest, and a lot of people speculate that there was, a microphone, right? And for good reason, because there actually was a microphone there. And maybe he took that, maybe he had the gloves on. And again, I don't know if he had the gloves on. I don't know if he's a hired hitman. I have no idea. He looks like one out of everybody in these pictures. He looks like an old school mob guy. That's what he looks like in these pictures here. This picture right here, he looks like Lefty from Donnie Brasco, I'm just saying. And that's a compliment. Lefty was the best character in Donnie Brasco. Everybody knows that, Go and look into all the boroughs. Ask about me. Ask about on all the boroughs. Ask about Lefty. Okay? Listen, I don't want to insult you. You sit down. You don't stand up when you just want to stand up. You sit down. I tell you when to stand up. Okay, now stand up. I mean, it was the best character ever. It was so good. So yeah, maybe he was forget about it. It's Fugazi. Yeah, it's fake. Fake. I know what Fugazi means, huh? Oh, my favorite movie. One of my favorite movies. You have no idea. Yeah, so maybe he was taken off the microphone. Allegedly, didn't want to get whatever the microphone has on him or whatever comes out of it if it blew up. Didn't want to get that on him. I'm just saying I'm just going over the speculations. I'm not actually saying any of this about Rick. Looks like a good guy, right? I just compared him to Lefty, so obviously he's high up on my appreciation scale, you know. Quit riding the brake, Donnie. Roll up that window. I'm gonna get a draft. He's smoking. Roll up that window. I'm gonna get you a draft. That's Rick. That's Rick. Can I close the door? Can I close the door, Rick? Nah, don't close the door. Let the doors hang open. This is a tall guy. This is a tall guy. Frank, what are you doing in here? What are you even doing here? I just figured I'd come in. I don't know. I figured I'd be here with you guys. Now, what do you want me? You want me to pray? Should I do mouth to mouth on someone? Brian, you need mouth to mouth? What's the matter with this guy? What you got this guy in the car for? What's going on here? Brian, he doesn't even have the tattoo. What's going on? I know he doesn't have the tattoo. I don't know why he got in here. I have no idea. He just opened the trunk, jumped in. I don't know. I'm just trying to do things. You sure I can't close this door? Leave the door open, okay? It's hot. It's hot. We're in Utah. It's summertime. 90 degrees. It's hot. Come on. You know? Whole Donnie Brasco version of that whole event. Sorry. I got sidetracked. Whatever.
And we were told that Rick Cutler didn't do nothing but hold Brian Harpole with a tattoo. He got you. The Brotherhood. I saw the tattoo and I knew I was good. 2 hands. Bring up that diagram again for us. 2 hands, making sure that he did not fall. Did we think that Rick Cutler had to put on nitrile gloves or leather gloves to hold Brian's so he wouldn't fall out of the car? Now, we also told you that Rick was among those who allegedly stripped down his clothes at the hospital. I think that's something, obviously, Frank has been open about. We don't know why Frank needed to do it. But we were also told that the feds were the ones who allegedly took those clothes thereafter, down to his boxer briefs. Allegedly, seems a bit much, by the way, but okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and page Frank Turek here because I have just so many questions. Where are those gloves coming from? Frank, you talk a lot, right? You're a pastor. Can you do your best to remember why or when exactly someone in the car decided it would be a good idea to put gloves on and then to very quickly take them off during this brief ride before they got out of the car, stick them in the door?
Oh, let me tell you something. Frank is the wrong person to ask. He is definitely the wrong person to ask. You might as well ask Brian Harpole. You might as well be like, hey, you know, can we like do some kind of discovery thing with our lawsuit? I just wanted to know. You might as well ask him. You ask Frank, he's going to do a whole podcast. He's going to be like, and listen, sometimes there's gloves involved. Like, I don't know, CPR. There's, you know, and no CPR happened, but I did CPR the last 20 seconds. Brian maybe didn't see me, and maybe someone did have gloves on. And listen, the lack of or plenty of gloves does not say anything. I mean, this is a whole... The Bible says you're putting division between brothers when you bring up gloves. And who cares about the gloves? And maybe there was gloves. And I was wearing gloves, but only in the last 20 seconds. And maybe nobody saw my gloves. He's the worst person to ask. Just the worst person. You're not going to get a proper answer. You're going to get a terrible answer from Frank. Frank's going to give you the stupidest answer possible. Yeah. It's so dumb. It's almost like it's on purpose. It's crazy. But those were the 2 things that stuck out to me the most in this episode. You know, the security guard thing was nice, little update there. You know, talking about the whole Iran war thing, breaking all that down. That, you know, that whole compilation we've all seen before. If you're on X, you saw it in chunks because as soon as the Iran war thing started popping off, everybody started posting clips of Charlie Kirk saying he does not whatsoever want that to happen, and I think it's pretty obvious. So that I already knew about, but those 2 things were the biggest thing in my opinion. You know. Anyways, guys, you want to see Jack Posobiec and Viva just act like absolute? I'm not going to use that word. I was going to use that dill word. I was going to use the dill word. I'm not going to use the dill word. They're just acting silly. I'll say that. Okay. You want to see them act like fake appendages? That's a better way to say it. You want to see these guys act like fake appendages? Here you go. Check it out. I mean, complete. As soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, it's over. Like, you're gonna tell me this guy's not? He's not like. It's always, you always have the illusion of this guy's like, oh, he's just doing it himself, you know? He's like, Coleman, when I ask questions, Coleman, it's only for you, and it's only because I have questions for you, Coleman. That's the only reason. It has nothing to do with Turning Point. I've never sat with Turning Point. I don't need them for questions. I have many questions. I need you for answers, Coleman. That's what I really need. Riddle me this, Coleman. And then you see him with this guy, with Jack, and you're just like, oh, okay. Solidified. Just a whole room. Propagandist types. I'm not going to say the propaganda. Propagandist types. That's all. Anyway, let's get into it.
Okay, so we're at massive debate. Eva Fry's here. I'm Jack Posobiec. We're trying to figure out who is the greatest action star, and Eva is unfortunately.
In his own video, he says, I'm Jack Posobiec. Isn't that something? It's really something. Wow.
We're trying to figure out who is the greatest action star, and Eva is unfortunately completely wrong because the correct answer is Sylvester Stallone. Obviously.
I said Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's no question about it.
No. Hold on a second. Can we just see this? Did you get the camera down? What do we down?
I'm just showing my arm.
I get wet arms. I don't see anything. I didn't see. What is that? Was that a wet noodle? We got a wet noodle over here. Hold on. Maybe we should ask the Alex. Let's ask Alex and Alex. Hold on, because we've got Alex. Maybe you come in on this.
I mean, everybody's happy when you're making money. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm just saying, like, in just regular jobs, everybody's gainfully employed there. That's all I'm saying. But, when you're making money, you're just having fun. It's just Arnold and Sylvester and, it's just a great time. That's all,
He says that Schwarzenegger is better than Stallone. Is this Rich? No. Guys, what is it? No. This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Fake news. No. Are you guys Stallone or Schwarzenegger?
Stallone.
Just NPCs. What? Why are you guys all NPCs? What's going on here? I don't know. Look, he put his hair back. Why'd he put his hair back? That's crazy. We're at 1 minute, 1 second. Go back here. Look, his hair's down. Look, we go back over here. Why'd you put your hair up? Oh, God.
I don't know.
I'll never forget Stu Peters just being like, wow, you're really in the wide open, just grabbing your ankles for the highest bidder. I mean, when Stu Peters said that, I cried laughing. I just cried laughing when he said that. This is so crazy. Someone said, you know why he pulled his hair back, coach. Come on. Oh, man.
They're wrong, and they're wildly uneducated. So.
He says you're wildly uneducated. It's Stallone. We all know it's Stallone. Couldn't be more incorrect. If you're ever from Philadelphia, knows it's Stallone.
Oh, is he from Philadelphia? That makes sense. Isn't that funny? I'm telling you, the things I say, they become real. I don't know how or why. It's so crazy. It's so weird that they're just in a room filled with chairs and they're all standing for some reason. And they're not saying anything. It's just the whole thing is just weird. What is this? What are you guys doing?
If you're ever from Philadelphia, knows it's Stallone. It's all stuff. The Canadian opinion here is.
I want your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
That's what they do. When you're making money, man, you're just having a good time. You're just having a good time. Grieving. And then the best part. This is the best part here. Watch this.
Wait, we got to get Robert.
Rob guy's there. He's there too. Just having a good time. Just having a good time, man. Just getting their tweets scheduled. Huh? Just getting their tweets scheduled. Oh my gosh. Just incredible. He's there too. Of course he's there. Of course he is. Oh my gosh. I love it.
Stallone or Schwarzenegger? Stallone or Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, there you go. What was the
Stallone or Schwarzenegger?
Oh wow. He's so in shill mode that he's just like, there you go. Yup. Hold on. What? Did you say words? Sorry. Hold on a sec. Sorry. You said something. I'm just ready to agree. Hold on. What is it? Absolutely ridiculous. When I saw this guy here, I was like, oh, wow. Okay, so this is real. They get together. They get together and just shill it up. This is a shill party, right? That's why they like... This is a shill party.
Schwarzenegger.
Oh, Stallone.
Amazing. Amazing. It's the worst video we've ever done.
Yeah, hands down. Yes, you're correct. 100%. 100% the worst video you ever done. Yeah, thank you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Someone said too much wine, Robert. I don't know. You know? The whole thing was just crazy. I saw that. I was like, I don't know why I'm going to talk about this, but I am. This is silly. Just being silly. I'm going to get to the whole Matt Tardo, Candace Owens thing. Matt Tardo going hard on Candace Owens. You know, a lot of people have been asking about Charlie Kirk's funeral. A lot of people have been asking about his funeral. They've been trying to figure it out. Candace Owens is trying to figure it out. Apparently, somebody reached out to me. They showed me actual footage of the funeral that nobody was invited to, that they had to sign NDAs on, and here it is. Here it is, guys. Check it out. This is I don't know if you guys can tell, that's Erica Kirk, just at the funeral there, just having a good time. Is that Erica Kirk? I thought it's not. It's not? Sorry, I thought it was. Are you sure? I'm sorry. I thought that was Erica Kirk. Sorry, guys. I got some bad information. Let me issue a correction here. That is not Erica Kirk. That's not Charlie Kirk's funeral. I thought it was. Just from the overall tone of the funeral, I thought for sure this was it. And, yeah, apparently it's not. So sorry. Sorry about that. I could have swore. Am I off? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, guys. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry. I could have swore that was Erica. Is that not Erica? Are you guys sure? Are you guys positive? Just the overall tone, the event of the century, how happy everybody is. I just figured, okay. That's what I thought. Sorry. Someone said we'll allow it. I figured just from what she's doing and everything. I guess I was off there. My apologies. My apologies, everyone. Let's get to an actual clip. That was just a joke. Let's get to something actual factual here. We're 2 hours in already. Wow. Oh, I should actually tell you guys. I'll say it at the beginning of tomorrow's episode, but I'm going to be off on Thursday, and then we're going to be doing a Friday episode instead because the wife has to get her hair done of course, and I have to take care of the babies. So for some reason, it takes hours. So she's gonna be getting her hair done. We're gonna be right in front of the hair salon. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna have them play out there, and then they can run in when they want to see her. You know, I think that's a smart plan, right? I haven't told her that yet, but that's what I'm gonna do. But that's what we're doing there. So let's jump into this next one. I'll let you guys know again because I know everybody. Yeah, Mom's Day. Yeah, it's very, very important. Very, very important. She's able to do that, you know. Hey, Coach, would you care to comment on this clip? Baron Coleman discusses Frank Turek claiming that Candace Owens should die by the sword, quoting Old Testament, after falsely claiming that Candace accuses Erica of being responsible for what happened to Charlie. I did see this, and I will comment on it right now, because Baron makes an excellent point here. Someone said, "Don't wait outside." Yeah, what do you mean? I'm gonna drive her there, and we're gonna be there for a minute. You know, hang out a little bit. Let the kid, basically the baby will do whatever. Right? It's a baby. Babies are chill. You know, most of the time. You know, let the kid just kind of be like, okay, all right, and I'll say, hey, you want to go here? Hey, you want some fries or something? You distract the kid and then go, because she wants to be with her mom. You know how they are at that age. They just want to be with mom all the time. So they're gonna see her walk away and they're gonna get pissed off. They're gonna be like, because my wife doesn't drive, guys. I don't know. Listen. I don't want to make any husbands feel bad out there. My wife has never had to fill up the gas on our car. She's never had to do it. She doesn't have to drive anywhere. I'll drive her wherever she wants. I'll always get the gas. She is an actual passenger princess. Okay? I'm just saying. I don't want to make anybody look bad. But that's how we do it over here. So anyway, let's get into this clip. Let's check this out.
So it wasn't really a backup plan, but the fact that Princip was there to get a second shot at taking out the Archduke kind of brought to my mind the exposure last week by Nissy Social of who was on the roof with Officer Bagley. Candace talked about it tonight. Very fortunate timing. And the officer's name was Alan Robertson. Alan Robertson is an officer with Utah State University, not Utah Valley University. Utah State University is on the other side of Salt Lake City. It's way up north. Utah Valley is kind of in the middle of everything. It's just kind of down by Provo, an hour or so south of Salt Lake. Utah State's way up there. What the hell's this guy doing there? Why is he in plain clothes and why is he on the roof? So tonight we're going to look at what that might mean in terms of a backup plan for ensuring the removal of Charlie Kirk. And just to keep this analogy of World War I as tight as possible, a lot of people look back and consider Archduke Ferdinand the first casualty of World War I. Well, it just might turn out that Charlie Kirk was the first casualty of World War III. So we're going to take a look at that tonight. I hope you are buckled up as we go through it, because I've long wondered why so many of the events when they first kicked off this tour were just right there next to each other. Two of them in the state of Utah. Utah's, population-wise, not very big. And then there was some Colorado stuff right there. We'll go back and look at the beginning part of the tour. We have an archive link that'll show us where everything was and what events were supposed to be taking place. It'll be an interesting little gander. But before we get there, I want to real quickly just launch into this total chaos that is enveloping the Christian community that surrounds TPUSA. They sound bloodthirsty. They sound rabid. They sound like a wounded animal that is, for some reason, unable to contain their own angst and hate and disgust, frankly. I don't quite understand it. If you disagree with somebody, a lot of times the best thing to do is sort of give them a little space, let them vent for a little while and see how it goes. And particularly when you disagree with someone over something that we're going to find out in the end. Right? At some point, there will be a judicial determination in all likelihood. There'll be some kind of a judicial determination over who killed Charlie Kirk. If you think Tyler Robinson did it and you think that's kind of cut and dry, then Why do you care if Candace is looking at other alternatives? For Frank Turek, he really cares. I'm going to play a really short clip tonight, just very short clip. It's been making the rounds on social media, but I have strong opinions on this.
You know, he said it really good. They sound bloodthirsty, you know, ravenous. It's getting that way. You know, hearing Officer Tatum has said this about things outside the case, you know, just people who are on the other side and wanting to, you know, feeling like the world would be better without them there. The way that he says he wants to see Tyler Robinson pass away. It's getting pretty wild. And it's been like this for a while with Frank Turek, Rob McCoy. It hasn't been like as bloodthirsty, but it has been this, you know, wounded animal. When he says that, it's like they're attacking. You know, Frank Turek early on in this whole thing telling Candace Owens to shut up. Like, unless you have hard evidence, you should shut up, basically. And the only hard evidence they're even considering is just official narrative stuff. So it's like, shut up unless you're going to go on with exactly what we think. Rob McCoy doing the exact same thing. The Turning Point pastors doing the exact same thing. It's so crazy. Graham Allen talking about things like this. Gary touching on things like this. You know, Gary kind of, you know, thinly veiled, kind of threatening Candace. I mean, it's getting out of hand. It's getting real out of hand. Anyway, let's get into this quick clip of Frank Turek just being absolutely ridiculous. I assume because it's Frank Turek.
Here's Frank Turek. He's the guy in the shooting glasses on the left. The scared looking fella on the right is another guy. I don't even know who that is. But listen to what he has to say real quickly about Candace Owens and ask yourself, what is he really calling for? What is he really wanting to accomplish here?
That's what Satan does. In fact, what did the apostles and Jesus call Satan? He's a murderer, a liar, an accuser, a slanderer who wants to steal, kill, and destroy. Charlie was murdered. What have we had since then? Lies, accusations, and slander seeking to kill, steal, and destroy. Or steal, kill, and destroy. This is spiritual warfare. This is demonic activity.
I'll pause right there. I don't mind that he has that opinion. If he strongly, vehemently disagrees with Candace Owens on her approach to covering this case or anyone else who's covering this case, okay, that's great. If you want to speak out against it, that's fine. Do so responsibly because speech matters. Listen to where he goes. Listen to where he takes this.
Yeah, I'm talking about Candace Owens. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You don't accuse people of murder without evidence, but
who has she accused of murder without evidence? That's what I don't understand. They always say this.
Yeah.
But they never stop and provide a citation to the record. It happens to me a lot. People say, "Oh, you made this claim." Okay, well, point to it. If I made that claim and you disagree with it and you can convince me otherwise, I'll be happy to offer a correction. But short of that, that's sort of defamation. If Frank Turek is running around saying Candace Owens is accusing people of murdering Charlie Kirk, who, when, what episode, what line? When did she say this?
That's what she's doing left and right.
And she's doing it left and right. She's not just doing it. She didn't just do it one time. She didn't do it in passing. This is a continual, ongoing habit of hers. This is what Frank Turek's position is.
You know, I understand why Frank is saying this because Blake took the stance of, Blake basically said a bunch of things. I played this last week, but he was like, if you insinuate anything about Erica, then you're saying she did it. If you do this, you say she did it. If you don't like pyrotechnics, you're saying she did it. If you don't like sparkling pants, you're saying she didn't. Like he's just going on about all this stuff that's clearly not anyone insinuating that Erica did anything. And and he's like, if you've done any of these things, you are saying that Erica did it. And then, you know, that is the mindset that they take because they work like this weird hive mind. And that's the mindset. That's it. That's just how that's going to go. And because they form that narrative and then they act off the narrative that they formed. Right? So now Blake has said all of this. Now Frank Turek just goes, Yeah, and she's just accusing people of murder left and right. Yeah, that's what she's doing. If she questions Andrew, well, that's him accusing him of murder. Asking where he was, well, you know why. She's accusing him of murder. Questioning what I was doing in the car, well, she's accusing me of murder. Like, that's all it is. It's just the questions. It's just the questioning of the inner circle, you know?
Argue that's dishonest. I would argue that's just blatantly dishonest. It's just not true. It's factless. It is a lie. It's defamatory. It's satanic, in the words of Frank Turek. It is satanic. He's accusing a woman of accusing people of murder, and she's not doing that. She's just not doing that. And no matter how many times they say, so you have to ask yourself, why is he telling people she's doing this? What goal is he trying to accomplish? He's about to tell us. He's going to let us know.
He's insinuating it left and right. That's evil. In fact, in the Old Testament, Exodus 22:22 says that if you abused a widow or the fatherless, God says, I will hunt you down and kill you with the sword.
Frank, is that what you want? Is that what you want? A little Old Testament justice, a little pre-Jesus justice in your life? Is that where we're going with this? And if it's not, why are you citing it? Isn't that very strange? Think about that. If that's not what he's calling for, if he's not calling for Candace Owens to be taken out, why cite this passage? Why cite this passage?
That way, when something does happen to her, God forbid, but if something does happen to her, they can say, well, it was the Lord. I mean, you know what she was doing, right? I mean, the Lord made this happen. I mean, it's not our fault. It has nothing to do with us. I mean, it's just God. God is who made this happen. That's why he's doing this type of thing right now. Yeah.
Has anyone called that I'm aware of, I don't believe Candace ever has, for harm to befall Erica Kirk? I certainly have not. I don't want harm to befall anybody. I'm a pacifist at heart. I don't want anybody harmed. I don't think Candace has. In fact, recently she said, if I've ever been misinterpreted as saying that, then let me be clear. Long live Erica Kirk. Long live Dr. Erica Kirk. Let her live forever. I don't know anyone using this sort of violent rhetoric on our side. I don't know anyone who is investigating this, who is calling for death. Only Frank Turek, so far, is the only public figure I'm aware of that's actively calling or actively invoking passages that suggest the proper punishment for a podcaster who's covering this case is death. Only Frank Turek. He's the only one. And it's out of bounds, Frank. It's out of bounds.
We also have to think, I mean, I just played for you guys last week, Officer Tatum saying that Candace is going to go to hell. That people who question what's going on are going to go to hell because they're questioning whether or not Tyler Robinson actually did it. Right? So it goes along. That's why I say it's like a little hive mind, because it goes right along with that train of thought. Blake says, and this all happened within the span of like what you guys are seeing, all happened in the span of like less than 7 days. Blake says, if anybody says anything about Erica Kirk, you're insinuating that she actually is the one that killed Charlie Kirk. Then Officer Tatum says, anyone who questions this is going to hell. Then Frank Turek says, God will come down and kill you with the sword. He will hunt you down and kill you with the sword. I'm telling you, they operate like a hive mind. Very much so. That's how you know there's marching orders at the end, right? That's why he's using Old Testament. Yeah. I like that Baron brought that up, a little pre-Jesus stuff. Why are you going with the pre-Jesus stuff? Christian over here. Yeah. Don't you have anything that's little... Well, like, what would Jesus do? You're going with the part where Jesus isn't around. Okay. All right. They still knew he was coming, even in the Old Testament.
It is disgusting. It is absolutely horrific. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know, if I'm Candace Owens, how you handle this. But when you're citing Old Testament religious punishments that are basically, I will take you out with a sword if you do X, Y, and Z. And then he's saying, and she's doing X, Y, and Z. What about the people who only believe in the Old Testament, Frank? You know, there's some of those out there. There are a lot that, frankly, some of them are pretty powerful. Some of them are pretty connected. Some of them have podcasts of their own.
I don't know who he's talking about. Who is he? Is Protestants? Who is he talking about? Who only believe in the Old Testament? Huh? What? I don't know who he's talking about. Who's he talking about? Who's he talking about? I don't know who he's talking about. I have no idea who he's talking about. That's Baron, you know? He just says things. I have no idea who he's talking about. I haven't the foggiest. I don't know what he's saying right now.
It's reckless what this guy's saying.
Deuteronomy 19 in the Old Testament economy says if you accuse somebody falsely of a crime and you're found out, you get the penalty of that crime. So if you falsely accuse someone of murder and you're found out, you're the one executed.
Guys, this is bonkers. This is bonkers. Particularly when you realize that Candace Owens differs with a lot of people who only believe in the Old Testament. She has different political positions, pretty strong disagreements, frankly, with people who don't, their Bible doesn't turn the page and go to Matthew 1:1.
I'm using that from now on. People who only believe in the Old Testament. That's a good code. You know me, I love a good code. That's a proper code, man. That's good. That's the best one yet. Good. That's solid. Very, very solid. Good job, Baron. That's a good. I'm using that one from now on. That's a good one. It's nice and discreet.
It stops at the right before there. Habakkuk or whatever's there at the end of the Old Testament. One of those minor prophets. That's where their Bible ends. That's where their scriptures end. And Frank is basically saying, hey, she's doing this. A, she's not. But she's doing this. That's what Frank says. And you, Old Testament people, you know what to do. You know how to handle this. Frank, this is out of bounds. This is unacceptable. This is a level of desperation I didn't know they had in their heart rate. This is a level of desperation from the TPUSA affiliated entities, including Frank Turek, that I don't think they anticipated getting to this point. I really don't. I think these guys thought that this was going to be put to bed. There wasn't going to be a 10.5-month investigation. They're melting down.
They are. But also, with what Baron's saying, obviously we cover different things from time to time. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, there was a while where I was covering the Turning Point Faith pastors, because every time Candace would do an episode, this is back when Blake and Andrew would be kind of quiet, and the Turning Point Faith people were the most active. They were really attacking Candace a lot, and they would go towards things like this all the time. Now, Frank is borderline calling for death. Okay, that's what he's doing right there. He's saying this is how it's handled, and if you're accusing this person of murder and they didn't do it, well, then you know what's going to happen to you. That's crazy. But I mean, what's actually worse? I don't even know what's worse, because the Turning Point Faith pastors were going where Graham Allen goes now. You're evil, you're demonic. It's evil to do these things, demonic to do these things, to put that rhetoric out there to a group, because they're in front of congregations. It's insane. It's just insane. They're in front of congregations. If you're in front of enough people who are of a faith, right? People who believe the New Testament. If you're in front of a bunch of people like that, and you keep on saying that there is an actual evil, and it's not the enemy, because that's what we call it. In Christianity, we call it the enemy. When you're being plagued with things, and there's something's holding you back from doing something really good. It's an enemy. The enemy's trying to get to you. It's like another word for the devil, demons, the unseen, right? If you're saying that you can actually see it, and you're saying it's actually this person, and this person lives in America, and this person's on a podcast all the time, and this person's in their house. When they're doing their podcast live, they're in their house. And then you have another guy like Tim Pool screaming about like where the security is located and what the fence looks like and all this different stuff. If you keep on doing that, what do you think's going to happen? This is exactly what happened with the president. This is exactly what people were saying was happening with the president. Because the times that were attempted on his life, those aren't the only times. There's many times his life has been in jeopardy. Many, many times. It's just that you don't hear about them all. It's probably strategic which ones they show you and which ones they don't, quite honestly. But if you keep on doing something like that, eventually someone is going to go, okay, well, I know what I'm supposed to do with evil. I have the New Testament and we have the Old Testament. So I know what to do with evil. And you're telling me this person is the evil. It's just like when they would say Trump is Mussolini, he's this person, he's Mao, he's all these people wrapped up into one. Oh my God. It's like, yeah, someone's going to try and do something about that eventually. Someone's going to want to be a hero. And that's what they're doing with Candace as they do this. So it's not just what Baron's saying, where it's just like, kind of sending a signal to those people who only believe in the Old Testament. It's not just that. You're putting a signal out to all those people because he knows the people who watch him are Christian. He knows there's a lot of people who are deep in their faith who listen to him. He knows that. And listen to that guy because it seems like he's on someone's podcast there. So he knows who's listening, and he's saying that to them. That's how these things work. That's how they do things like that to people. That's what they were doing to Charlie Kirk for the longest time on the left, the whole left and right spectrum. That's what they were doing to Charlie Kirk. They were saying he's terrible. They were saying the same things about him that they used to say about the president, that they still say about the president before he hit his second term. They were doing the same thing to Charlie. Now they're doing it to Tucker. Now they're doing it to Candace. It's a tactic that's used because they don't want to take responsibility when something actually does happen to them. Someone even said right here, Frank Naval Intelligence, friend of the show, right? Like he knows what he's doing when he does this. He understands. He understands completely. If he has the understanding in his mind that Candace asking these questions is dangerous for Erica or, the Turning Point inner circle, if he knows that that's dangerous, just her asking questions, if he has that understanding in his mind that that's dangerous, he knows then what he's saying is also dangerous. He knows that. He knows that perfectly. Listen, he's erratic. He's erratic, but he's not insane. He might be insane, but he's not stupid. He's not stupid. Anyway.
I mean, I think you could fairly characterize that as saying Frank Turek is trying to activate. This is my opinion. But it sounds to me like Frank is trying to activate Old Testament people to remove Candace. And I think that needs to be addressed.
Yep.
First, Frank, if you're going to say that, you better be able to cite your source about where Candace has said that repeatedly, left and right. That's what you're saying. That she says this left and right all the time. You should be able to cite your sources. You should be, if she's saying it left and right, that's at least twice. Let's say maybe 5 times, 10 times, 20. Left and right seems pretty persistent to me. He should be able to get on Twitter or go on a podcast and say, here are the times she said it. Episode 254, minute 1639. Episode 271, minute 1611. Episode 285. And he should be able to go right down and quote her words. If he's not able to do that, he's an admitted liar. He's an admitted liar. What's the Old Testament solution for that, Frankie? What do we get to do? Oh, no. I would never. But let's say he believes it and he has some sort of citation he can cite to and say, well, if you read this a certain way. He just said the Old Testament solution is death, finality by a sword. That's terrifying. Frank Turek is a monster. I believe that. Frank Turek is a monster. He has a very dark spirit, And I'll go one step further. Anyone who will lie like that blatantly, anyone who will lie like that, and who will call basically to have Candace Owens dealt with on Old Testament legal grounds would participate in the death of Charlie Kirk. I mean, I think it's possible. I every time these guys speak, I think, man, maybe they did do it. I don't know what he did. I have no opinion on that. But every time that happens, Frank, every time you do this, I start looking at you pulling on your bill just a little tighter. I start looking at you changing stories about, did I give CPR? Did I not give CPR? I look at it a little closer, Frankie. Every time you go down this road, every time you get dark and Old Testament-y, I start wondering, did you kill Charlie Kirk? Were you involved? Is that why you were sent there the days before, to keep him occupied, to keep him distracted? Is that why you were there the day of? Is that why Butch Hibbs was there with you? I start wondering these things. I don't know the answer to that. I really don't have an opinion on it. But it's hard not to speculate when this is where they go. If I'm Candace Owens, am I scared by what's happening in this podcast? Am I scared? Well, maybe a little, frankly. Maybe a little. He just accused her of something that would invoke the death penalty in the Old Testament. He's well aware that there are millions of people in this world, in this country, in this world, whose belief system stops with the Old Testament. That's their scripture. That's their law. He's telling them they have to do it. That's dark, guys. That is dark. And if he wasn't intending to do that, Frank is reckless and dumb and stupid. He is so low IQ. He has no idea what he's doing. He owes her an apology. If honestly, I believe this. If he is unable to come up with left and right examples of Candace Owens accusing Erica Kirk of killing Charlie Kirk, I mean, yeah. If he's unable to come up with this, he owes her an apology. And Frank, I know you were bashing Catholicism. You need to go to confession, big man. You don't want to go to a Catholic priest, go to somebody. Talk this out, brother. You do not need to keep this bottled up. It is hurting your soul. It's hurting your spirit.
He said, you need to go to confession, big man. That is so funny. That is so funny. And true. And very, very true. You know, there is a darkness. There's a darkness in a lot of them. You've seen it. Like, I mean, we've watched, I've covered Rob McCoy so much. Baron here has definitely covered Rob McCoy so much. They all have a lot of darkness in them. Andrews is starting to come out now. Blake's was always very apparent, right? I mean, there's a lot of darkness in all of Erica's. You can see Erica's when she talks. There's a lot of darkness inside of those people. A lot of darkness. And I don't know. You know, right away, someone said, seriously, take it to Jesus. I was going to say, when it comes to that type of thing, like, would she be scared or should she be scared? You know, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit when it's under your own power, especially if we're talking about, you know, Old Testament, New Testament, Bible, Jesus, all that stuff. Yeah, under your own power, you should be afraid. With Christ beside you, behind you, carrying you, you don't have to be afraid of things like this. These enemies will fall away. They won't be able to do anything to her as long as she has Christ. You know, all things are possible through Christ Jesus. Everybody knows that. Even people who don't like him know that. That's why they don't like him so much. So I'm not particularly worried. Someone said Mike Riley, she's covered in the blood of Jesus. You know, that's what it is. That's what it is, really. And that's the type of stuff that we should be talking about. You know, it's funny because I'm saying this about Candace. If she has God with her, there's no one that's going to be able to stand against her. You know, they're just not going to be able to. The sacrifice is already done. She already has that, you know, so it's not something that she has to worry about. She just has to walk with God, trust God. You know, I'm going to trust God more than I trust man, especially that man saying that stuff, you know, trying to activate people, trying to use the scripture that he knows so well in order to incite someone possibly to violence. That guy's nothing when you have God on your side. Nothing. Someone said no weapon formed. Exactly. It's that type of thing. No weapon formed shall prosper, especially when you think that your weapon is going to be scripture. Get out of here. They, Baron's Catholic, so he says confession, I'll say repent. He needs to repent immediately for that, and he knows that. He knows more about scripture than I do. Way more, for sure. He knows he needs to repent. He knows that very much so. But I was talking about it with my friend, my Philadelphian friend, and we were talking about how people just use faith. They act like as if they had that faith. I've said that about Andrew. Andrew's like, I grew up Catholic, and it's like, okay, just who in your family's Philadelphian? Can you just tell us, is it your dad or is it your mom? Because obviously somebody's Philadelphian. Like, you can say you grew up however you want. Like, we know it's not true. But there's a lot of people that just use faith. They use it. They're not really that. And slowly, I've heard different. I have friends who are in, the Christian circles and whatnot. Maybe even know a person that knows Frank because they're so in that world. And they'll be like, no, Frank's actually a really good man. I don't know. Have you seen this side of him before? Right? I always talk about, that thing that Joe Rogan, I love that Joe Rogan said it. He said, you can BS somebody. He's talking about the life of a podcast. You can BS somebody for the first hour, for the second hour, but when you get into that third hour, into that fourth hour, the real you is going to come out. The mask is going to slip. And like I say about Ben Shapiro and so many people, in that analogy, they are in their third hour of the podcast and everybody sees who they are. And maybe Frank Turk is just stepping into that now. Maybe from what they know, he's a good man. But have you seen this part of him? Where he's slightly calling for death on someone because they're podcasting? Because they're asking questions? When there's a case that's going to come out sooner or later, it's going to come out and the evidence is overwhelming. They're still calling for death? That's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. You're still doing that. The case is going to happen, and she's going to be proven wrong. That's what they all say. Still calling for death. Okay. Maybe you're worried. Maybe you're worried. I don't know. Maybe it's bigger than just the case. Maybe Charlie was prophesizing a little bit. He was right about his own passing, and maybe he's right about Candace, and maybe they understand that. There is that aspect too, when you say it's a fight with it's really a fight between good and evil. Like a lot of people say that's actually good versus evil. That's not just in the unseen. That's always how it is in the unseen that we can't see. That's always how it is. It's always how it's been. But there's also the good and the evil that you can see. And we're starting to see it more and more. More and more, More and more. So, yeah, Frank, you need to go to confession, big guy. Baron's inviting Frank Turk to the Catholic Church. He's like, you need to come along, big guy. Come on in here. You need to come on in here, sit on down. Yeah, you just go inside this booth. Yeah, he's on the other side. Don't even worry about that. Go ahead and sit down. Priest comes out afterwards. That man's done unspeakable things. We were just yanking and banking. I don't know. Maybe there was CPR. Maybe there wasn't. Somebody had gloves on. There was a microphone. I don't know. Maybe it exploded. I don't know. And the priest is just sitting there, white as a ghost, just sweating. And I didn't really know how to give CPR, and maybe I stuck my tongue in his mouth. I don't know. And there's a bunch of things going on. Listen, the priest, pastor, whatever they call you, the father, I don't know. It's just a whole bunch of things happening. Listen, when I was in the Air Force, there's a bunch of people. I kamikazed a plane into a bunch of people one time. It was the wrong target. It was a school. And I jumped out, and I parachuted down, and I smelled the flesh. And the priest is just like, don't bring this man here again, Baron. Don't ever bring this man here again. I'm kidding. Come on. That wouldn't happen. But, I'm starting to realize that more. You do not have to. You do not have to fear people who have evil in their hearts. You do not have to fear people. You don't have to go after them. You have to attack them. You don't have to call for something to happen to them. They will be dealt with. They will be dealt with. You have the armor of God, as they call it in the Christian circles. We have this armor that we are equipped with as we learn the word. We go deep into our faith. We go deep into prayer, and regular men with hate can't penetrate that. They just can't. Yeah. God makes good what the devil made for evil, as they say. Somebody was talking about the hate message. Someone has mentioned that, and I was like, what is that? Because the way they said it, it was like it was a thing, and apparently it is. It's like a thing in 1984. I didn't know that. And I haven't read that book in forever. Me and my wife were trying to read it before bed. We just kept falling asleep. But the daily propaganda ritual where the citizens gather before the telescreen to express intense collective rage towards the party's enemies, primarily Emmanuel Goldstein. This state-controlled hysteria is designed to suppress dissent, erase empathy, and unify the populace through shared dislike, ultimately redirecting frustration away from the regime and towards the scapegoat. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. I was just reading about the scapegoat. Not to make this like a whole religious thing, but I mean, I was just reading about the scapegoat, and people were talking about how there is a man, there's Jesus, and then there's another man, and I forget what his name is, but he's let go. So there's two men. One is Jesus. One is this guy, but people don't realize his name is actually it's like Jesus something, right? They just think he just has like a different name, but his name's Jesus something, and then there's Jesus Christ, and that guy gets let go, and it's like two lambs, and one lamb is sacrificed, which is Jesus, and then the other lamb is let go, and that lamb is supposed to go into the forest. And then the other lamb is supposed to die for the sins. And like, that's what Jesus was. And then that other lamb that just goes away, that is the scapegoat. And that's actually where that term comes from. And I didn't know that. Yes, Barbarossus something. Barbarossus? I can't say that name. Barbarous? Someone said Barbarous? Yeah. That's the name. But the person who was talking about this, they said his name was Jesus Barbarous. And then there's Jesus Christ. So they were like two lambs. And then one goes and is the scapegoat, and the other one dies for the sins. Yeah, it's very, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. No, it's not Azazel. No, you're the one person in this whole chat that's wrong. There you go. That's okay, though. It's fine. I'm butchering the story anyway. It's fine. Yeah, Barabbas. There you go. Thank you. That's how you got to write something if you want me to pronounce it right. There you go. This person had it. Let's move on. Enough of Frank Turek. You're making me get into my preaching bag. I don't want to get into the preaching bag, but it is good. It is good. I always notice those things. Those people, things like what Frank Turek said, as much as it is a disgusting thing when somebody does that, it gives you the opportunity to strengthen your faith, to have the conversation is to strengthen your faith towards that whole thing. So Frank gave us that opportunity. Thanks, Frank. Thanks so much, Frank. We appreciate it. Stop calling for death, though. Thanks, buddy. No, you're not understanding the story. You're not understanding the story. Okay? You're just not understanding it. It's okay. You're just not getting the story. You're not listening. Jesus, friend of the show. Just so you know. Jesus, friend of the show. Oh, man. Such an odd segue. Because guess who's on the screen now? What was Ben talking about again? Let me see here. Oh, he's talking about the third party. Apparently, there is a third party afoot, and Ben Shapiro is very upset about it.
Well, all of these dolts, all these clods decided to get together. They have formed A new third party.
All these dolts, all all these dolls, all these look how flabbergasted he is. He's so uncomfortable with what Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Joe Kent and many others are doing together. Listen to this.
Yay, a third party. Okay, so the third party will involve all of the most brilliant members of our horseshoe right. Just genius level stuff. So Tucker Carlson, still cosplaying as a man of the woods, this silver spoon jack with his gigantic complex up in Maine, where apparently he just stole Gaston's antler chandelier from Beauty and the Beast. He had a dinner at his all wooden cabin that he built with his own two bare hands and lots of labor from other people. And then he's like a rails.
His jokes are so bad. They just don't land. It's so bad. It's so terrible. It's so from Gaston from the Beauty of the Beast. Gaston from the Beauty of the Beast. You crazy? That's the analogy you're throwing at us? Are you for real? It's ridiculous.
Flitter. And he hosted at this dinner the greatest collection of minds since the Coca-Cola company decided to try New Coke. And the blazing intellect at this table could illuminate. It has the wattage of a whale oil candle. It is just this is the kiddie table of brains over here. All the chairs should be 13 inches high.
Ben thinks all chairs should be 13 inches high. Ben thinks every chair in the world should be 13 inches high. He thinks countertops should be 13 inches high too. He couches, everything. Tripods. I'm crying. He thinks everything should be 13 inches high. Why is this chair so high? Who put this chair all up in the air like this? Bring this chair down. This is a regular chair. This is a wooden chair, man. This chair doesn't come down anymore. I don't know. What do you want? This chair is awfully high. This is a regular chair, man. I don't know what you mean. Can somebody help me with this chair? Can someone help me with this chair? That's a squatty potty, man. That's like, I don't know, it's like 16 inches off the ground. What are you talking about here? Oh, Ben Shapiro. Come on. Funny guy. Matt, pick me up. Pick me up. This is ridiculous, these huge chairs. Who bought these oversized chairs? I don't know. I don't know, sir. I think these are normal sized chairs. I'm sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I think these are. Do you want me to sit on the chair for you? No, you dolt. Put me on the chair. Put me on the chair immediately. There we go. This chair's too big. This chair's way too big. What is this thing? There's no armrests. There's armrests there. Your arms are they're not high enough for the armrest, sir. What are you trying to say, Matt? What are you saying to me, Matt Walsh? What are you saying right now? What do you mean? What are you saying? What are you talking about? I said, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I can help you with the armrest here. Oh my gosh. Anyway. I haven't watched this clip. But when he said that, I was like, oh, how do I not make this joke? I'm like, I have to make this joke. He said 13-inch chairs. You know? He's mad at everybody because they're normal sized, you know? Just pissed off.
Who was he joined by? He was joined by all of the best people. He was joined by Marjorie Taylor Greene and her husband. Imagine being her husband, honestly. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband was like, man, that lady who is like nailing her gym coach, she is so brilliant. She is so wonderful. Need that. So he married her. So that's great. So they're sitting there at the table. Marjorie Taylor Greene sitting down there next to Tucker Carlson at the far end. Tucker looking like Al Pacino in The Devil's Advocate. And then you have Thomas Massey, who is sitting there looking free of the congressional life because he's basically given up on life, except for his quixotic presidential run, which he will certainly make in the next few months.
Oh my God. Someone get this guy a script. What's going on? How much money? You guys claim you have all this money. You're not going to get this guy a script? What's going on? Get someone to write him a script. I thought that dude, that comedian, Tyler Fisher, I thought he worked with the Daily Wire. Get that guy to write you a script. What's going on? This is the worst. Who listens to this and they're like, oh, here's Ben. Ben's giving it to them again. Oh, wow. Who listens to this? And they're like, this is just, oh, gosh, this is the best thing ever. He said, like Gaston, honey. He said the chandelier is like Gaston. Your boyfriend's here? That's fine. It's just Ben Shapiro. Oh gosh, I love this. You know? Anyway.
Joe Kent is at the end of the table also. That would be the counterterrorism guy who is basically cut out of all informational loops because everyone knew he was a nut job inside the administration. Again, what a blazing collection of just geniuses at this table. These are the people who are going to quarterback the revivification of the American dream. So Marjorie Taylor Greene put out on X, we said no more foreign wars, and we meant it and supported Donald Trump because he made that promise, but he's betrayed us all. Our commitment is America first for all Americans, right, left, and center. The movement has begun. Wow. That movement. Look at the size of that movement. Fit those people inside a phone booth. Look at that movement. It's huge. Well, again, remember, I'm just going to remind you that the leaders of this movement are people who literally think that Gestapo is called gazpacho.
Man, these punchlines are like as hard as he can punch. You know what I mean? These punchlines are terrible. They're absolutely terrible, man. This is horrible. I'm so sorry. So sorry to expose everyone to this. This is nuts. This is so terrible. Gazpacho is actually Gustavo is actually. What do you? Hey, man. Hey. Better jokes. Okay. Trying to act like he's doing like highbrow jokes. Your jokes suck. So yeah, he's talking about The Devil's Advocate. That movie's 30 years old, man. What the hell are you talking about? What's going on with you? What's happening right now with this guy? Yeah. Anyway. Matt Walsh always applauds. Matt Walsh is behind the camera. This is great. This is great, sir. This is fantastic. But they are starting a third party. I mean, that is the more important thing. That they are. Don't worry, we're all bend out here. Don't worry, we're not listening to any more Ben Shapiro. That was 2 minutes and 54 seconds. I'm the only person that can make 3 minutes of Ben Shapiro funny. No one else can do that. Okay, you're not gonna find anybody else that can do that. Go check your live streamers, your podcasters, et cetera, et cetera. There's nobody else. It's only me, and it was tough. I did a lot of carrying. He's a small guy, but still, I carried the whole thing. It was too much. But they are starting a third party, apparently. That tweet from Marjorie Taylor Greene was actually very real. So there is a movement afoot. It was started in Tucker Carlson's house. I mean, it was started before then, obviously, but you know what I mean. So we are going to see more of this. We are going to see something start to form. People will start to have a choice. Can I just write MTG? Yeah, I can. Good. I was happy I could. Yeah, she's starting to promote it here. America First, America Only. She's going to keep on discussing this. America First, America Only. And she is going to... Did she comment on Ben talking about it? No. I'd love to hear what she has to say about Ben talking about it. There it is. Yeah, there's the tweet. We'll see what this actually turns into. We will see. You know, the movement has begun. Our commitment is, and this is the part, of course, Ben did not want to read. Our commitment is for America first, for all Americans, left, right, and center. The movement has begun. You know, so a lot of people, this is the future leadership our country needs. One day, this photo will achieve the highest place in documented history. That was Lionel. You know, he didn't just say history. He said a different word, but I'm not going to sit there and try and pronounce it. He's always doing too much. He could just say history. He didn't want to. You need leftists in this room also. Yeah. Looks like an episode of Wife Swap. I don't see Tucker's wife. I guess she's just watching. Wow, that's amazing. Good for Jigsaw, you know? Sean Ryan, you ready, brother? You're calling more than podcasting. We'll see about that. I don't know about that. I think he'll help. I think he'll help. I don't think he'll be doing anything. But there you go. A lot of people supporting it. A lot of people ready for it. I like the fact that they're doing this type of thing. Thomas Massey, this meeting will not be televised. Jigsaw, I'm sure Jigsaw got her marching orders to just say bad things, right? Ben Shapiro reposts a picture. Wow. And of course, it's like, it's wizards and whatever this is. Of course, that's Ben Shapiro. You suck, man. You suck. Jeez. Come on, man. Let someone else run your account. It's getting ridiculous, man. When is this guy done? You know? Like Mark Levin, I watch Mark Levin. I'm like, okay, this guy's like doing his thing. He's like Bill O'Reilly, you know, for another country. Fine. Ben Shapiro, I'm like, when is this over, man? Okay? I'm not talking about Old Testament style. I'm just talking about, when are you done? Move on. Run for Congress or something. Do another thing already, because this is getting too much. It's too much. I've had enough. And listen, I love a great impression. I do a great Ben Shapiro impression. I'll throw it all to the wind. I don't care. Get rid of it. Who cares? I'll never do it again. If he's done, I'll just be like, good riddance to this imitation that took months to craft. Throw it away. Who cares? Jeez, it's just too much. You know? Balix Tones, great group of Americans. Flynn, I'll be a part of whatever this party below represents. America first over MAGA. You know, a lot of people are ready. Oh, except for Mark Levin. Mark Levin here is like, freaks, frauds, and phonies. You're freaks, frauds, and phonies. You're never gonna do this without APAC money. You need PAC money. And I'm not talking about BPAC either, or CPAC either. You need the top. You need A. You need PAC money. How are you going to do this without PAC money? What are you going to do? Yeah. Somebody said they're voting against it. He needs an exorcism. They don't like that picture of Tucker. It is a freaky picture. That is a freaky picture. With a dog behind him. That's actually a scary picture. But, ladies and gentlemen, your new president of the United States of America. Don't worry, he takes better pictures. Don't worry, he'll get a better picture. It's fine. He wasn't ready for that. It's all good, you know. And I think Tulsi Gabbard will be there as well. You know, Jigsaw just made a joke about where's Tulsi. Tulsi will be there, I think. You know, and someone said Tucker is glowing. There you go. That's a better way to look at it. He's glowing. But I think this is good. I have no idea who this lady is over here, or this guy, but it's Marjorie, Joe Kent, Thomas Massey, Tucker Carlson. You know, I couldn't see a world where Tulsi Gabbard doesn't jump in there as well. Why wouldn't she? Someone said you made fun of Tucker better than Ben. Yeah, of course. You know, doesn't take much. That was just off the top of the head, you know. But yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of people that are gonna support this. I'm hoping we see Candace support it, you know, or at least hear them out. I don't know if that will happen, but at least be like, you know, because I'm sure right off the bat she's gonna be like, nah, screw this. I don't want to be a part of anything. But But hopefully they're able to get through to her and like, hey, Candace, come on, no, we're gonna do the right thing. Don't worry, we're not getting dipped in baby oil. It's fine, Don't worry about it. And she's gonna look around the room and be like, which one of you is Philadelphian? If there's any Philadelphians in this room, I'm out. I repeat, I will not be a part of this if anyone in this room is Philadelphian. Yeah. Which, I understand. I understand completely. I get it. But we'll see. Hopefully Candace talks about it. I doubt it, though. I doubt she's going to talk about something like this. She's just not into it right now. But, I know a lot of you guys, you'll always say Candace is done with politics because she said it. But at the same time, you can tell there's going to be some kind of political comeback with her, And maybe it's not her actually running for president. This picture's crazy. Someone just tagged me in. Maybe it's not her actually running for president. Maybe it's her just supporting what's going on with this third party, because something needs to change in that regard. You can't just turn away from it completely. You can't do that. You just can't. It doesn't work. Like there's this thing that they say in terms of like the left and right. If you see things happening in the state that you're in that are like woke or whatever, and you don't like those things, you can't keep like if you go to another state, well then that's like there's a mass exodus from like California, mass exodus from New York, and they're going to Florida and they're going to Texas. Well, it's just going to go and take over New York. Okay, you're seeing that with Mondani. Fine. Takes over New York. Well, it's just going to spread past New York. And eventually it'll get to where you are. And if you're in Texas, you can already see it happening in Texas. There's a whole bunch of Lance Twigs. You're walking around in Barton. You're walking around in the mall. Leander. You're in Austin. You see it all the time. You're downtown Austin. What? Come on. Might as well be in New York. It's nuts the way it is. But you see it spread, and it just keeps spreading, and it's not going to stop. So it's like you can't run from it forever. And you can leave the country, but then you go to Canada, and it's the same thing. And then you can go to Europe, and then it's the same thing. It's like you can't run forever. And I think she's going to notice that way before many people do. And I think she's going to stand up at some point. That's just what I see happening. Okay, this is just me, just the Simpsons of podcasting here, just letting you know what can happen. Someone said 6th Street. Yeah, 6th Street is bonkers. It's not just 6th Street, though. It's not just 6th Street. You go downtown Austin, it's like downtown Chicago. It's like downtown New York. It's like downtown Toronto. It's like like the downtowns of places are all the same. There's a thing. There's a reason for that. I don't want to get into it. I think it's a planned thing, which is why it happens. I think it's something that they do purposely, but I won't get into that right now. I won't get into that. What will we call this? Ben Sucks. That's what I'll call this segment. I'll just call it Ben Sucks. I'll remember everything when I see Ben Sucks. So it's fine. Anyway, let's keep going here. Candace Owens, Matt Tardo. Now, there is some Candace Owens stuff that just dropped. Someone said, who is it? Yeah, it is planned. Yeah, it seems planned. When you look at all these different places, like I just named a different country. Downtown Toronto is just like downtown Austin. It's just like New York. It's just like Chicago. How is that? How is that possible? That doesn't make any sense. And then, I don't know if they call it downtown in Europe. I don't know if they have the same type of lingo that we have. But you go to wherever the downtown is in Europe, and it's the same type of thing. Like, why is that? Everywhere? I'm not going to get into the fact that they're all connected through the WEF. I'm not going to get into that. It's true, but I'm not going to get into that. I have so many tabs. I'm just trying to close all these tabs. Close this Ben Shapiro tab. Good riddance. Let's get into the Candace Owens, Matt Tardo. Talking about, this actually touches on what Baron was talking about perfectly, because this guy right now is really, really trying to intimidate Candace. He's trying really, really hard. But let's start this segment off, right?
Buckle up your buttholes, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, let's get into it right now. Let's jump in. Let's jump in. Candace Owens says the cope is exceptional. And the reason she says this is Mel says, I am screaming. Of course, a post from 0 Hour 1. 0 Hour 1 actually tried to take the same position that Andrew Wilson is taking. If you don't know who he is, it's just somebody on X. And he was basically like, I'm going to be the one. I'm going to be exposing them. I'm going to be exposing all of them. And then he just blocked all of us. Like, okay. Good job. Good job. You did it. But he's just doing his part. He says to Andrew Colvett, he says, let's see what happens. He actually wrote to fourth graph team. So he's writing directly to the judge of the Tyler Robinson case. He has the header of Kirk trial. Can I get this closer to you guys? I cannot. It says, hello, I'm writing to let you know that someone recorded trial footage as it looks on X for nefarious purposes. He gives a link to one of his actual friends who showed the footage. He gives a link to YouTube. I suspect this is a Candace Owens episode. I've inserted all links to the data. I've inserted one of the people who may be responsible for the information about said person. Regards, 0. Okay, dweeb. There you go. So they're trying to get Candace arrested, basically. They're really trying to get Candace arrested. They want to get her stuff seized. I touched on this a little bit as Matt Tardo says this. He did say, I will be dropping an actual bombshell on Candace shortly. This was July 30th. It is what? August what? It is August what? It is August 4th already? Wow, time moves faster. Time is moving faster. Like I said, don't be surprised if all her personal electronics get seized, right? Someone said you can't intimidate Candace. No, you really can't. You really, really can't. And then below, this was his actual bombshell. He says, when there is one lie, there is 20. There is no reason to lie. Like I said, don't be shocked if all of her stuff gets seized. So he actually showed this clip because he really thought he caught Candace in something here.
Candace, ma'am, the grift is up.
And most people don't even see a gun. I would like to stress that. We have seen no evidence that there was even a gun on the rooftop. Even our source, the person who recorded.
Even our source, the person who recorded.
Yep. We heard that, right? Your source, the person who recorded, right? Like that's what you're claiming where you got that video is the person that recorded things. That's what you're trying to state now, right? Matter of fact, I put out this post and I said, again, if Candace has all of her electronics seized, try not to be shocked. Why would I say that? And I said it'd be a shame if somebody tagged the FBI's rapid response team and they just started to ask questions as to why her source had to record the video. Candace, you responded and you said, it would be a shame if you tried on basic comprehension and realized we were speaking about the man whose audio we played last week on our show and who happened to be the only person who recorded footage of the man on the roof before the sound of the blast went off. The FBI already...
This moron is yelling these points because he actually thinks he caught Candace in something. I mean, I don't even know what to think. This is crazy. This is crazy. And I'm not allowed to say this guy's getting paid. I can't just say that outright. I have to say allegedly. I have to say maybe. I have to say I don't know. This is so crazy. This is so amazing.
He knows who that is because they spoke with him just once. Well, ma'am, all of that would be fine and dandy, except for you said.
We gotta go closer. Why are your eyes blinking aside from each other? Why aren't they blinking at the same time? Hey, you made in the lab?
Well, ma'am, all of that would be fine and dandy, except for you said this.
Okay.
We did have to obviously zoom in and push out those fed timestamps, but
I'm sorry. What was that?
Fed timestamps, but
what did you say?
Fed timestamps, but
I'm sorry. You had to remove whose timestamps, Candace?
Fed timestamps, but
Candace, would you mind telling everybody why a month after you left Russia, you are releasing a video with those particular timestamps on it that you had to zoom in on to remove? You see, I do agree with some of the things that you say. If you lie, you might just get caught. Isn't that right?
something.
This is crazy. This is so crazy. So basically, he thought that when she said the person we had recorded, he thought she meant the courtroom footage. Now, and this all happened just within like I don't know. I guess he realized himself, so he like it ends up splicing it into this video. So now he thinks he's like, oh, the Fed timestamps. Well, yeah, because someone gave her the footage. Someone gave her the footage. There's timestamps on the footage. This is a known thing. Nobody is sitting here like, oh my gosh, I can't believe Fed time. Whoa, Fed timestamps. Whoa, one more time. Fed timestamps. No, nobody's surprised by this, man. We all know she got the footage from someone, and we all know that person cannot be named, or else they will be in trouble. We all understood this already. Matt's just catching up with his bombshell. He's like, hey guys, I figured something out here. This is crazy. This is crazy. Thank you for your service. I don't know what he did. I assume he served, you know. That's all I can say. Someone said, can I get a mama? I want to find, I'm trying to find Fritz takedown. The nation of France can't take down Candace, but some rando named Tardio will be able to. Sure, buddy. I'm trying to find, I want to find what was Zach Costello, because he had the perfect response to this. I think I have it in another one here. So that was his first thing. He was like, hey, man, I figured this out. I figured it all out. You know, I'll find it soon. You know, Zach will be the crescendo to all this. But then he says again, if Candace has all her electronics seized, try not to be shocked. And this is him just commenting on this video. So this is from the obscure moderator who also hates Candace. Then he actually tags the FBI response. It would be a shame if someone tagged the FBI response team and they started just asking questions as to why her source had to record the video. I mean, this is it. This was his bombshell. That was it. I was like, what's going on? You know, but I mean, in a more serious way, he is trying, Candace responds, but he is trying to intimidate her. He is tagging an account that is linked to Graham, or at least was linked to Graham. Graham's job description did have rapid response in it. So a lot of people, when they saw the rapid response FBI, and there's a couple of other rapid response accounts, they started trying to make connections to the way that that account speaks and the way Graham speaks, which I found very interesting. You know, one thing I found that Graham does, Dan Bongino does, they sign their name at the end of their long tweets. And I find that suspicious. I don't know why. But you got to watch out for people that do that, I think. I've only seen Graham and Dan Bongino do it so far. But I'm suspicious of both of those guys. So that's just me. But he is trying to intimidate her. He is trying to say, like, hey, I'm tagging this account. And I'm going to keep on saying that you're going to get your electronics seized. I want them to start looking into this. He is trying to intimidate her. And then, you know, the whole basic comprehension thing comes out, the audio who plays, you know, she just, that was her response to him when he actually did tag them. I wonder, did they actually respond to him? I just want to see quickly, because sometimes they actually respond since they're rapid response. Sometimes they don't. Let me see here.
Candace just posted, activate rapid response protocol. Make it sound like the FBI. Add just asking questions. This is not a drill.
It's amazing. People are so quick to do that. Okay, I just wanted to see if they responded. They did not respond, which is even worse because you're like working with those people and they didn't even think to answer you. When Gary tagged them, they were like, right away, sir. We're looking into this right now when it came to Elizabeth Lane. When you tag them, they're not even talking back to you. Anyway, so she did say this, and then Candace did respond again. Oh, no, that is the basic comprehension. Perfect. We already have that covered. We'll go to this next one. Zach Costello, ladies and gentlemen. He says, Matt Tardio, I'm sorry, man. You're not the guy for this. My goodness, this debunking of Candace Owens is getting dumber and dumber as the days go by. It was days of him trying to do this, by the way. Zach is not lying there. See the video from the side recording the shooter on the roof. This is the source she's referring to, not the one in the courtroom, dummy. Zach's usually a lot nicer, you know? Finally, you realize the timestamps are removed from the UVU surveillance footage of the individual on the roof because they go away when you zoom in. Because they go away when you zoom. The same thing happened when they showed this exhibit 12.1 in the courtroom. Oh, sorry, on the courtroom monitors. The prosecution had to explain why the timestamps weren't there. See video. I mean, leave it to Zach to just nice and slowly guide him through this. Very kind of Zach. Very nice of him to do that. Very, very nice.
Candace, ma'am, the grift is up.
And
things. Person.
So that's the video. He's dumb.
You think he'd already?
This is the video that Candace was first talking about in the clip that he played. And obviously, this is the. Do they go through this? Oh, well, let's just play it.
There's a difficulty in doing that is because we've zoomed in. It's removed the timestamp on it. And so,
well, you can just give me the.
There you go. Ah, man. I hope Tardo responded. Did he respond? Oh, come on, Tardo. No, no one responded. Well, good of you, Zach. Good of you to do that, you know. But again, this is an intimidation tactic. This is a very deep intimidation tactic that he's trying to play with. I mean, to say that she's going to get all her electronic seized, he's basically saying, I'm going to get you raided. I don't like what you're saying, so much so. And I just popped up out of nowhere. And of course, I'm not taking any money from anyone to do this. But I don't like what you're saying so much that, or I don't like the footage that you've revealed to people. So much so that I'm going to get you raided. All those kids that are in your house, your husband, all of them are going to be in danger. And if they make the wrong move, something terrible could happen to them. You as well. Same goes for you. So I hope you comply and you give over all your electronics. It also kind of speaks to the fact that they just want the footage. They're like, "Oh, you have too much. You have too much that can expose things in this case. We need to come and take it. Or maybe you can be quiet." Yeah. Didn't work at all, but still. Now you might ask yourself, why is Tardo doing this? Like I said, he's not getting paid or anything like that. He's not that kind of person. But I will say this, the second that he went to Philadelphia, Tel Aviv, he says, he did discover something which persuaded him to feel how he feels now. And it wasn't like a bucket of money. It wasn't that. It was this.
I went for a run this morning over inside Tel Aviv along the beach against Grok's better judgment. And I want you guys to see something. For all of you that think Israel thought it'd be a good idea to kill Charlie Kirk, because I know for some reason people think Israel wants Charlie Kirk. Now, I don't read Hebrew, but I'm pretty sure they didn't do it. Just thought.
There you go. There you have it. He found a thing. There you go. He found a sign with Charlie Kirk's face on it, but he doesn't read Hebrew. So what if the sign actually said, "We hate Charlie Kirk"? I mean, I'm sure it doesn't, right? I'm sure it doesn't. But what if it did? We hate Charlie Kirk. We hate Charlie Kirk and everything he stands for. It'd be a good thing to check before you made this thing, you know? Also, you know, you're kind of like a Fed type, you know? I'm not going to say you're a Fed, but you're a Fed type. Yeah, maybe we don't believe that you were just taking a run and you just found this. Maybe we think that this brand new looking sign inside this desert country, maybe we think that you just put it there. Maybe we think you did that. I don't know. Someone said he can't read English. Oh, man. Yeah, he immediately got up. Someone spit right in his face. And he was just like, "Thank you. Okay, back to my run." You know? Anyway. Matt Tardo, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Tardo. Worst name ever. Worst name ever. Let's go to Mel. Mel talking about Tardo a little bit here. She goes, remember that time on the 11th when Matt Tardo said multiple people were in on what happened to Charlie and he was shot from behind. And this was the evidence by the fact that Charlie's body, this was evidenced by the fact that Charlie's body didn't fly backward. A very important point that almost never gets mentioned. Then he went to Philadelphia the next day and he started signing NDAs. And all of a sudden, he became the #1 defender of the official story. I mean, you got to think, man. I mean, you know, it's not the craziest thing. You're making no money. Not everybody can like train tactical. Not everybody can start a podcast. Not everybody who leaves service gets book deals and whatnot. You know, that only happens for a few. What are you going to do? Not everybody can be Jocko and just have a Jocko podcast forever. So what are you going to do? I'm not saying he did it, but somebody comes to you and they say, hey, shut your mouth and take this money. And they shove it in your mouth. And then BB kicks you in the behind, right? You get some chosen spit on top of your head. And they say there's more where that came from. Get on the plane and shut up. We're going to control your X account from now on. You got a problem with that, buddy? And you say no, because that money that's shoved into your mouth tastes so good because you haven't had any in the longest time. You make a few, right? They keep you good with a nice pension and everything, but this is just different money, and you just love it. And the next thing you know, you're just on your plane. You don't even have your phone anymore, and you notice that you're just tweeting on X all of a sudden, and you're just defending the official narrative, and you're like, listen, whatever. And then they just start sending you checks, you know, and it just pops right into your bank account, and it's just a hefty amount of money. It's like, what are you going to do? You're going to say no? You're going to, you know, you got no prospects. You blink all weird. You're kind of dumb. What are you going to do? Listen, I'm not saying that happened with Matt Tardo here. He seems on the up and up, this gentleman. See my previous posts. Numerous people were in on it. This is what he had to say on the 11th. This is a little more accurate. Sorry, packing for a trip, working fast tonight. So this is actually interesting. I wish I could zoom in on this more. He's showing a circle, a red circle around the top of a building that is above the walkway that was above Charlie Kirk. And he's showing that he thinks that's where the shot came from, that it went through the tent possibly and then hit Charlie. That's an interesting theory. That is a very interesting theory. There's been a lot of people that say they can see a rip in the tent when Charlie gets hit. The top of the tent, of course. They see a little rip, like the size of a bullet hole. Interesting. Very interesting. And that was the 11th. His body doesn't fly backward. It tenses up, following the shock of the round passing through. You can slow the video down and confirm this. It proves what I stated is true. The projectile was coming at a downward angle. He even calls it a projectile. The exit wound is his neck. Wow. So even he's saying it's an exit wound. Just like Rob O'Neill. Slow it down to 25% speed. You will see his skin being pulled forward and snapping back as the wound actually expands and opens. Whoa. I think I just need to come hang out with you. Who's he saying this? Oh, he's saying this to Cam Higbee. Come hang out with you some places, brother. See that's what happens. See, this is the slow change. Then he started hanging out with Cam Higbee, right? And then because he says the bullet came after leaving his neck. Watch the video. See, so then he went and hung out with Cam Higbee, right? Shill extraordinaire. Then he was like, hey, check out this post. Then he's like, hey, man, I'm just packing for a trip. And then he's and then he's just like,
I'm pretty sure they didn't do it.
There you go. There's a nice timeline for you. Nice and wrapped up, nice and tight for you. There's a timeline. Perfect. All right. Well, you know, hey, listen, we all make money different ways. So, you know, do what you got to do, I guess. I don't know. That's nuts. Scam Higbee and fake Lang. I mean, somebody's bringing up Jake Lane. I mean, that guy was kissing the wall, but he wasn't kissing the wall like they all do, like just like he was like he was wrapped in religious garb. I mean, the guy is Philadelphia. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? This is crazy. What are we talking about here? I mean, for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about here. Look at this. Look at this. Is this the guy? This is the guy. Hey, man, you're Philadelphian. It's all good. Nobody minds. It's all good. But you are Philadelphian. And he acts like he's Christian. And he walks around the Bible. It's crazy to see. And this is what I mean when I talk about like Andrew Colvett and I talk about like not believing that he grew up Catholic and everything. Like, I just don't believe it. I think there is imposters afoot. I think there's imposters afoot. Anyway, Candace Owens doesn't understand. Isn't it weird how Turning Point shills are angry about this footage coming out after we've endured months of them telling us that all the widow wants is transparency and truth surrounding her husband's death? Not a single one of them thanked me for obliging her. Oh, well. Well, there you have it. Candace, very confused why they're all so upset. Very, very confused. Oh, man. Anyway, just so you guys know, I'm not even going to play the clip. But there is a clip, and it's Myron. It's Myron, and Myron basically doesn't understand why Jack Posobiec and Officer Tatum and Benny Johnson, he doesn't understand why they lied about the footage that they saw. And Myron was just like, you know what, y'all? I got to go to the trial. I think I have to be at the trial because I'm going to bring y'all the truth. Y'all know I wouldn't lie to y'all. And I was just like, oh, wow, he just needs to go. He's going to set things right for us, guy. Just for us? Well, shucks. And like he said, he wouldn't lie to us. Thanks, Homeland Security. Get the hell out of here. Guys, Homeland Security, literal agent. I got to go to the trial, set this right, y'all. I got to figure this out. Get out of here. Well, you almost made me swear. You almost made me cuss. Get out of here. Oh, man, y'all know I wouldn't lie to y'all. Okay. You lied about being black. Okay. I feel like you're not going to tell us the truth when you go there. You know, he's just going to fill another seat. They're just trying to fill as many seats as possible to the point where Brandy can't sit down in the courtroom. They just want to fill as many seats to the point where Billy and Brandy can't get in the courtroom. Obviously. Obviously. Jack Posobiec showed up in a Ferrari to the courtroom. Did you know that? It's weird. You showed up in a Ferrari. Huh. He no black Poppy. Oh, yeah, no, he's definitely not black. Definitely not black. That's crazy. Not even a little bit. Man, I just had the picture. There it is. So I don't know if people zoomed in on this. This is the picture of Rick I was talking about. I don't know if people enhanced this with AI. I'm not seeing a community note on it or anything. I'm not seeing anything like that, but this is the picture that everybody's talking about. It does look like he's smiling. Listen, I don't know if it's been enhanced. I don't know, but it does look like he's smiling, very big. Like not even. It's not like a smirk. That's like a smile. Like your teeth are showing. You know, you're cheesing. You're cheesing, right? I'm just saying. So who knows? Who knows? Yeah, someone said that is a smile. Yeah. Looks. He's smiling. I don't know why. I have no idea why. It's you know what, guys? You know what it is? It's one of those things. You just had to be there. You know, you can't explain it. You know? It's like, you know, someone comes over to your house and your kids are screaming, "Mama, I know Black Poppy." You can't explain that to your friends. You just gotta be there for the moment. You know, you just gotta be there. Anyway. So Mike Riley said your demons are showing, bud. Yeah, right. It's a lot. Oh, someone said that's a wince. That's a wince. I wince like that. I think that's actually true. I wince like that all the time. I wince like this. I go, Wow, that hurts. That's how I wince. So I know what you mean. He is wincing. He's wincing for sure. I always wince like that. It's like if I like hurt my finger, if I like stub my toe, I wince right away. I wince like this. Look, like I stub my toe like this. I go boom, and then I go. That's how I wince. So I think you're right. I think you're right. Whoever said that. It's probably a wince. I always wince like that. You guys don't wince like that? All the time. Like if I like bang my finger, he got like a hangnail, you know, hangnail, they're worse, right? And then I pull the hangnail by accident and it pulls a little bit of the skin. I just Yo, let me back in my studio. I knocked myself out of the studio. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with Philadelphia. They did it. I did it. I did it to myself. But I pull that hangnail. I pull it like this. And I go, and a little bit of that skin comes off. And then I wince. I wince just like this. I go. I do it just like that. You guys don't wince like that? Are you guys sure? I don't know. I wince like that all the time. You guys never wince like that? I don't know. I do. I do all the time. Everybody knows it. That's exactly how I wince, you know? One of my friends is on the ground and they're bleeding out, and then I see it and I go, that's how I wince. That's how I, you know? Someone said I'm being a smartass. Am I? I'm just talking about how we wince. Do we not all do that? Is that just me? That's just me and the other person, huh? That's just us two? That's how I wince. I always wince like that. Oh my gosh, you know? Bang my hand on something. Big old smile, you know? All my teeth show. I thought everybody was like that. Anyway. Anyway, Myron's going to set everything right for us. Yeah, I can't wait. Thanks so much, Myron. Thank you so much, man. You know, first you're backing up Blake inside of those X spaces, and now you're going to set the record straight on what happened to Charlie Kirk. Man, I can't believe Homeland Security lost this guy. Man, dang. I guess it's just good for us now, huh? Fantastic. Now, there is another story. That's enough of that, right? Because that whole thing was dumb. Matt Tardo and Myron, the duo that you didn't know you needed. They're both going to set the record straight for all of us. Matt Tardo is dumb. There you go. I will call it that. You don't think that's a good title for this segment? I don't know. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, it's just I just need it to remember. That's all. Anyway, there is another. Someone said Myron is so believable. I know he really is. But let's move on. There's another story. I don't know who this guy is. Nick Matayu, U.S. Navy veteran. Man, this new class of vets, they're really sucking. They're really, you know what it is? You know how people talk about like black fatigue? They're giving people military fatigue. They're making people, when they see that in a profile now, they go, whatever. Okay. You know what I mean? They roll their eyes. It's just like, oh, okay. Thank you for your service. You know, they're making it real bad, man. I love, you know, my dad was a paratrooper. I love watching guys who are paratroopers talking about experiences, Green Beret, Delta, if you can find guys even talking about, you know, being in Delta, you know, if they're willing to even talk about, you know, whatever they're allowed to talk about. I love hearing those stories. I love hearing what they go through, the mindset that they develop in order to, you know, handle that kind of thing, how they handle things when they come back. I love hearing that stuff. But man, oh man, the past 10 months, I've been like, whew, what is up with a lot of these guys? And I'm not talking about the good ones, right? But, geez. Someone said I was op 4 for Delta Force. Are you telling me the truth? Don't, man. You try and get me excited, man. They'll try and get me excited. Try and get me all worked up. You try and get it almost worked. It's almost working. I'm like, are you really Delta? You tell me a Delta story. Come on. Tell me a little Delta story, you know? These guys are ghosts. They're something else, man. As soon as they get picked up, as soon as they finish the training for Delta, like they'll have a bunch of friends. You know, everybody has their number. Number's dead. They're gone. They're ghosts. Might pop back up for a little while, disappear again. Ghosts. That arm wrestler, Devin Larratt, he's like a huge guy, big guy, special ops guy. And he was in something called JTF 2. And that's like Canada's version of Delta. But Delta gets way more money poured into it, whereas JTF2, it's Canadian, and you know they probably give them. They say, "Here's $40, you know, here's $40. Accomplish the mission, please." You know, they do stuff like that because they don't put any money into their military because they have America right next to them. So, so they're like, we're good, eh? Right? We're good, eh? America's just like, huh? What? What'd you say? Oh, no, just saying we're good, right, bud? You know, because someone was saying we should buy helicopters, and I was like, these guys got a lot of Black Hawk helicopters, so we're good, right? If somebody comes, eh? America's just like, yeah, I guess so. Why, you got a problem? Who? Tell me which country. Come here. Tell me which country. Get over here, Canada. Tell me which country. Which country is it? I'll blow them up. Right now, man. You want to go see him right now? No. Hey, I just figured, you know, I just want to know if we're okay there, buddy. You know, we were just kind of, you know, we were just wondering. We didn't want to spend any money on our military, eh? So we were just wondering, you guys protect us, be okay? Yeah, man. Whatever you want. You want to go kill someone right now? We can go kill someone right now. Just tell me who. I don't care which country it is. Okay? I don't care which country it is. Okay there, bud. It's good talking to you there, America. Okay. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Someone said something about soldiers in Afghanistan and Canada. That's where Devin Larratt was. Oh, you got to hear Devin Larratt's story one day, man. He's a beast. Absolute beast. Got to hear his story. He did like, I think he did more than 7 tours. I mean, he was just in and out, man. That guy's murked a lot of people, a lot of stuff. Oh man. Anyway, no more Canada impressions here. Let's move on. This was a story that hit very briefly. It was dismantled pretty quickly. This silly looking guy was the one that pushed it first, and it's about Canada. I got Canada on the brain. It's about Candace and Tyler Robinson's defense team calling out Candace Owens for conspiracy theories, blah, blah, blah. And it was in written form. Now, this is not true. If you've heard this before, this is not a real story. This is something that was completely made up, and I'm going to show you how they actually made this story up. Now, let's go here. Someone said he's definitely Philly. Oh my gosh. Well, let's play. This is Nick talking here.
So Tyler Robinson's own lawyers are saying that there are people in electronic media, aka social media, who are using the case and forming outlandish conspiracy theories for their own gain or political agenda. I wonder who that could be.
Well, that was his video. So that he went a little deeper. He said, you know what? Let's go deeper. He felt like he was cooking. He was like, I'm cooking. He was doing that thing. Conspiracies for this thing. And he felt like he was cooking. You know what I mean? He felt like he was like on a wok, flipping it flipping it on a walk. You know what I mean? Like it was up in the air and he's catching it. There's fire and he's adding garlic and soy sauce. And he's just like, he's flipping it. He felt like he was really cooking. So he went a little deeper into it. He made sure to show us the actual document where they say this. And it says, finally described in more detail from the outset of this tragic case and continuing to present, continuing up to present, many electronic media outlets, politicians, he left that part out. I wonder why. Others have used the case to advance outlandish conspiracy theories. Hold on a second. Hold on. What happened? I thought he said media outlets. Then he said social media. It's politicians and media outlets. I didn't even catch this when I first went over this. That is so funny. So he just made that part up. What? So it's not even social media. It's just media outlets. Wow. They know no bounds, ladies and gentlemen. They know no bounds, right? Which we shouldn't be surprised. I mean, we were just covering something where Frank Turk was like calling for death, right? Anyway, media outlets, politicians, and others have used the case to advance outlandish conspiracy theories and political agendas. See example given. Who is Parham? Parham. That's amazing. We used to call, where I grew up, we used to call people Parham as an insult. That was just a thing we would do. Parham and Farsad, because we'd never heard those names before. They were new names. So we just used them, and we used to just call each other Parham. We'd be like, shut up, Parham. Shut up, Farsad. We used to do that all the time. This person's name's Parham, what is this? Paruhan? From neutrality to suspicion, AI-powered text classification of high-impact political discourse online, a case study of Charlie Kirk's assassination, 23rd International Conference on ICT and Knowledge Engineering, available at, and then they show the website. A small sampling from the publicity from the case demonstrated that 100% of the posts were based on conspiracy theories / political theories, including other state actors, China, Russia, Iran, etc. Democrat Party setup, mix of the above, other interpretations, state engine operation, etc. That's very interesting. So it's not even slightly directed at Candace Owens. They're actually not even remotely talking about Candace Owens in this whole thing. Wow. Now, what I was going to say when I first found out this story, I was going to say, when you're talking about media outlets, you're talking about social media, and you're talking about politicians, who could you possibly be talking about? Does that sound like Candace Owens? Well, social media, if that was a real thing. But the people who are making up the most damaging theories towards the defense, to get the defense to make something like this, obviously would be people like Officer Tatum, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, Erica Kirk even, because she just keeps saying the guy's guilty, right? The Turning Point Inner Circle, the shills that surround Turning Point, those would be the people damaging the defense's case the most. Not Candace Owens, you know? So, wild. Very wild. That was his whole thing. And also, he went on, because again, he felt like he was cooking. He was just like, I'm grilling it up. I'm chefing out here, right? Candace Owens, and then he says, Candace Owens shared 2 comments from her YouTube, and they're both from Andrew Wilson on alt accounts to troll her. And Candace reposted them, and he was just shocked because this was Candace Owens showing some people who were actually in the medical field and what they had to say about this whole thing. And Candace Owens actually responded to him once he got to this point. She said, no, you're just dumb and you fell for him trolling the comments. You were so gullible. Those comments are from real YouTube accounts, which he does not control, as they were emailed to me from the account holders. And there you have it. There you have it. And then he says, show the receipts and proof that anyone emailed you, blah, blah, blah. And then he said, hey, and he's tagging Andrew Wilson. He says, Candace is here insinuating you lied, and that and she has proof she didn't want to show. And then Andrew just leaves him hanging. Andrew doesn't answer. He doesn't say anything. Nothing. I wonder if he's answered yet. No. So exactly like I thought, Andrew made that up. And this guy fell for it. You know, again, I will say, because you can't stress it enough, right? I mean, thank you for your service, but you know, you are seen as dumb now. So have a good time, in that realm of being dumb. Now, what will we call this segment? What will we call this one? Dumb story about Candace exposed. There you go. That's what we'll call it. There you go. Really quick, just so I remember, you know. Anyway, guys, I think we got to get into these supers. Because I don't want to get into what I will have to get into next. It's way too much, and that would take me until 5 o'clock. Or sorry, not 5 o'clock. It would take me till 5 hours, I should say. And I don't have that kind of time. I got time for one more. Very disappointed in Asmongold. Super, super disappointed in Asmongold, man. I didn't know it would turn into this. Very, very sad. I like Asmongold a lot, you know. But he's completely turned on Candace Owens. I didn't see this coming, man. You know, he usually stays in his space of left versus right and calling things out, but I guess, I don't know. He got a call. Every time I bring up Asmongold, someone in the chat always says Asmongoldstein. Every single time, without fail. It always happens. And I didn't know why. I was like, why are you hating on Asmon? That's Asmon. You know? That's the guy. But apparently, yes, Goldstein got his handler. Oh, yeah. Is it the girl? Someone said Goldstein got his a handler. Oh, no. Gold. No. Yeah, right? I was so surprised to see that. Yeah, it's weird. It's very weird. Somebody's saying he got a handler now. I think it's that chick. I think he has a girlfriend now. The guy's never had a girlfriend in his life, right? So now he's like, you know what I mean? He's just like, he's caught in the headlights. You know what I mean? He's caught in the headlights, literally caught in the headlights. And yeah, now he's going off on Candace.
Yeah, I think that anybody who's saying that the Jews killed Charlie Kirk is a fucking retard. You know why they're a fucking retard? Because if that was true, then you'd be dead
the worst
too.
Argument ever. And he's so stone-faced about it. This is just the worst argument. It's such a terrible argument. You can't immortalize Candace as a supporter of them. You can't do that with Candace. If something happens to Candace, it immediately looks like they did it. If something happens to Ian, it 100% looks like they did it. I mean, it's such a silly, silly argument. With Charlie, and I'm not saying they did, but this would be the thing. You want to immortalize a guy looking like he is your biggest supporter ever. And that's what he's known as. He passes away, and even as he is gone, he is still known as that forever. If the text messages didn't come out, if the group chat didn't come out, if all these things didn't come out, that's what we'd all know about Charlie. Now we know it's not the case at all. But they tried to get him there. They thought they had control over the messages and the social media messages, etc. Erica had the phone. She said he told no one that he thought he was going to get killed. He didn't say that to anyone. Candace came out. She said, hey, take a look at this. Erica had to say, okay, never mind. I took a second look and I found it. They were trying to solidify him as that, you know? Ah, man, it sucks.
That's the reason why. But they're not. The fact that Ian Carroll and Candace Owens can fucking spit out their bullshit about Israel killed Kirk, all you're doing is playing into the hands of the same crazed leftists that want to kill you too. That's what
crazed leftists want to kill Candace and Ian Carroll. Come on. I mean, have you even watched Ian Carroll before? You think crazy leftists hate Ian Carroll, of all people? Or do you think they absolutely love what he does in regards to calling out the administration? Literally, he calls out the administration all the time. He calls out the elites. He calls out the billionaires. He calls out Philadelphia. And you think they hate that? You think they hate that with Candace as well? Come on, man. You know what I don't like about certain people's takes? I don't like when you haven't watched the content that you're talking about. That's what I don't like. If you haven't watched if you don't understand, it's weird to say he doesn't understand the political landscape because he must. I've listened to him talk. He does understand. So he has, but the only way he could say something like that is if he hasn't really taken in what Candace is saying, and he hasn't taken in what Ian is saying, and he's only operating on the Charlie Kirk case. You think the crazed leftists care that Candace is asking questions to Turning Point, the biggest conservative organization, nonprofit organization in America? You think they care that she's taking them to task and that she's calling them out? And that she's saying that people need to stop supporting them? I mean, come on. You have to make your take make sense, man. Your take has to make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I watched a take with Nick the other day, right? Fuentes the other day. He's talking. And somebody starts talking about the lateral crawl, the low crawl. And he goes, oh, this is so stupid. He goes, so anybody who crawls on their belly has military experience? And it's like, that's not what the crawl is, man. Why are you commenting on it? If you don't know, just say you don't know what the crawl is. Just say, I don't know what that is, guys. I do that all the time with super chats. I say, I don't know what you're talking about. And I move on. You don't have to operate like you know everything. Oh, man. And so much swearing. As I get older, I don't appreciate people that swear so much. Like every other word, like F and F. Like, it's like, you're basically a caveman when you talk like that. You don't have to talk like that.
What they want to do. That doesn't make sense? Yeah, bro. Like, yeah. They were going to kill Charlie because Charlie didn't want people to support Israel. Because of that, I'm going to tell everybody not to support Israel, and they're not going to kill me. Think about the logic there, right? Oh, that's right. You can't because there isn't any.
That sucks. That's a garbage take. That's a garbage take because trust me, I know it doesn't seem like it. If you watch his whole, I've watched almost his whole live stream. He goes long. He goes longer than I do. I've watched a lot of it. He has a lot of sensible things that he says where you're like, oh, this guy like knows things. But this is just like, oh, this is terrible. This is gunk. This is exactly why people call it Fed slop. This is slop. This is just slop. Yeah, middle school logic. Yeah, exactly. Mike Riley. It's just slop, man. That's sloppy work. That's sloppy work. You should do better than that. He should know to do better than that. He should understand that he has to do way better than that. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's sad. That is sad. For me, I like Asman. I like Asman a lot. That's sad to watch. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just taught. And that's what makes people think people are getting paid. Because they watch certain things and they go, oh, this person doesn't even know what they're saying. They're just saying things. And it's like, it's terrible, man. Terrible. At least make sense. I know he knows how to make sense, right? Man, so weird. So weird. And it makes you realize it's all an illusion. Like somebody was like, I think it was just like reports. It was like, oh, Asmongold made $35 million from streaming. And now he's here and there and he has millions of dollars. And you see Joe Rogan with these big lumps of money and you're like, oh, wow, like now this guy really has FU money. And you start to realize it's like, I don't even know if any of that's real. Like, I mean, I got a tinfoil Speedo on. I don't even know if that's real. I don't know if that's real or if that's something they just sell to us so we look up to them because we live in this society that teaches us to look up to people who have money. It's hard. Hard to say. Or maybe that money just has so many strings attached and they just say that it doesn't have any strings attached. It goes back to that thing that Cat Williams said. I don't know if you guys remember this, right? Cat Williams said, the one job that all these celebrities have The one job that they have is that after they sell their soul is to make you believe without a shadow of a doubt that they never did it. That's it. It's like the biggest job. They have to make sure that there's no chance you could ever know what they actually did. Anyway, guys, if you like the show, please hit the like button. It helps tremendously. You have no idea. It helps tremendously. We like the like button around here. Please hit that like button. Anyways, guys. Cat Williams told everyone that is a booty bandit. Yeah, he exposed all the booty bandits for sure. For sure. Yeah. Who's crying? Oh, that's Lil Baby. Lil Baby's crying. I can hear him. He's getting sad. The little baby is starting to realize. So the little baby, like the little baby will see me. I'll come up to the little baby. I'm like, I do all this stuff. You know, I call him a sweet boy. For some reason, he always responds when I say a sweet boy. When I say you're a sweet boy, he starts smiling. He's like, you know. And sometimes I'm afraid I do it too much and it's going to make him gay. It's just the weird things that people worry about as parents. You know, I'll love him either way. I don't care. I'll always love him. But now he's starting to, after you do all that and you walk away, he gets pissed off. He gets pissed off and he's like, you're leaving. So he like knows when someone's there, when somebody leaves. And he gets real mad about it. He gets sad. He starts crying. Happened this morning. I had him. I was like, oh, no. And then I walked away and he just starts screaming instantly. I was like, wow. Oh, they grow up so fast. It's crazy, you know? Oh, someone said he's wincing, not smiling. Oh my gosh. You're probably right. You're probably right. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You're probably right. Let's get into these coffees. For some reason, my coffee headers show up as my name or as thoughts, even though I enter my name, but it's me, Jamie R. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I thought you were just putting thoughts because, you know, the thoughts. I don't know. That's interesting. Anyway, you were talking about people using faith, etc. I think this is the epitome of the commandment of not using God's name in vain. Yeah, I think it touches on that. I'm sure somebody who's like a scholar in that stuff could correct us, but I think it's within that vein for sure. Some people attribute that commandment to say that not to say God's name as a curse word, etc. But it's really using him and acting in bad faith, which is exactly what these people are doing. I love it when they say, I pray for you, Candace. You know they aren't. Of course not. Of course not. They are. And then right after they are exposed for being little bees, they are. I think God is just roasting these people left and right. I have never laughed and cried so much in a case, though I am nervous because of who is involved. I am trying to remain faith-filled that God is protecting all of us, the innocent in the case and the truth seekers. Thanks to you sitting with us, explaining things that may seem confusing and making us laugh along the way. Love y'all. Love all of y'all. Also, I want to look into... I really want to look into more on the Lindsey Graham videos I talked about yesterday. Who's headlining them and what's the purpose? Yeah, that's really something to look into. I don't know how you can find out about that, though. Like, how can you find out who was with him that day? Like, a lot of these things are done, I don't know, months ago, maybe years ago. It's a hard one to figure out, but I think you're right. It's funny. I was just watching something the other day. It was just yesterday. Or was it? No. Yeah, it was last night as I was finishing up, research and whatnot. And I think it was Sean No, it was someone sitting with, I can't remember, but it's this guy who's in a lot of different clips. I forget what his name is. I think his name's Clint or something like that. He's in a lot of different clips all the time. And what happened was, I just want to look in my history really quick to see if I can find it. I forget what the guy's name is, but 100%, if I show you this guy, you'll know who he is. He's in so many clips. He's always having debates about Jesus. White guy, regular white guy, you know. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think his name is Clint. I can't find it. Oh, there he is. Who is this? Who is he sitting with here? He's sitting with someone named Alex O'Connor, and it's him and his son. What is this guy's name? Let me see this guy's name. Show me this guy's name. I can't believe they're not showing me this guy's name. I can't believe you're just calling him Christian debater. I mean, you have to say the guy's name. This guy is Cliff. There we go. Cliff. Yes, somebody, yes. His name's Cliff. No, I wasn't talking about Clint Russell, but it's Cliff. Cliff, I don't know how to say his last name. It's like Kenchell or something like that. And they're talking about the only sin that Jesus will not forgive. And it's actually in the Bible. And it was within what you're saying. It didn't have to do, he was making clear that, you know, if somebody dies and they're like, God damn it, right before they die, he's like, is that what that is? And then you're never forgiven. And he was like, no, it's not that. And he was actually kind of, I didn't listen to the whole video. It's 15 minutes. And I didn't get to really listen to the whole thing. But what they're talking about is what you're talking about. That is, it's more than just using the name in vain, just saying the name. It's way more than that. That's not forgiven. And this is the one thing that's never forgiven. It's said in the Bible. Anyway, I think you're on point is what I'm saying. Coach, your Officer Tatum impression gives me life. Shout out to Stacy. Michelle, love your show, Coach. Thank you so much. Oh, Hilby's in the house. What's going on, Hilby? Friend of the show. When Coach remembers me and calls out my dissertations, Mama, I made it. Love that Candace is saying that this whole shill group is upset and knows they are losing, has caused them to pause one of their conference shill collaboration meetings to make a video of themselves, quite literally shouting loud noises in the conference room to make it look like they're just fine. That's so funny. That's exactly what's happening, because that was such a dumb video. They're like, what is it? Is it, hey, she said it's going to be Stallone. Yeah, Stallone. Yeah, Stallone. I think it's Arnold. It's like, what is happening? Are you guys real people? Because that video was like what NPCs do when we turn off the computer. You know what I mean? That's what it was like. You turn off the computer, you go get a drink, and that's what the NPCs are doing. They go, Stallone. And the guy goes, Stallone. They go, ah. And they go, da 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 da. What do you think? Huh? Okay, for sure. Wait, what? It was the exact same thing. It's crazy. Anyway. That's exactly what they're doing. Good call out there. And having a great time, possibly, allegedly. Pathetic, quick side note. Not sure if you remember my last comment on Philo Farnsworth, but wanted to add a weird side note. I remember keeping that tab open. As I kept diving, it stated that the character Professor Hubert J. Farnsworth, the old mad scientist looking guy from Futurama. Oh yeah, his last name's Wow, I did not click into that. Was actually based on Philo Farnsworth. Just weird. Anyways, y'all don't forget to hit that like, sending you and the Coach family much love. Thank you so much. That's crazy. I completely forgot that character existed. That is nuts. Thank you so much for reminding me of that. And that means Fry from Futurama is also a Farnsworth. And he's an older Farnsworth because he's from the future. Or sorry, he's from the past. Oh man, so weird. They are pivoting. Bought 3 coffees. Thank you so much. Someone bought a coffee. Thank you so much. Vanessa, here's a few money sign for a soundboard. Some suggestions for sounds include prolapsed. I have to get him saying it though. It can't be me saying it. It has to be him saying it. When you eat, you boo-boo. I forgot he said that. I know Black Poppy, of course, with the I, mama. Yeah, mama, definitely. One of me saying mama, and then one of him saying mama. Oh, for sure. For sure. We got to find that. Yeah, 100%. All good suggestions. Thank you very much. Here's a question. If you truly wanted to keep these people safe that are thinking or thought of to possibly do it to themselves in jail, why don't you put them in the vest or the straitjacket? Is that what it's called? Is it a straitjacket? Why did I always think it was called a straitjacket? And I thought it was because it keeps them straight. Am I dumb? Whatever. Fine. Clip it. I always thought it was a straitjacket. It's a straitjacket. I had no idea. I had no clue. I can't believe it. I thought, yeah, straight, right? I thought it was straitjacket. Is it straitjacket? I don't even know now. It's straitjacket, right? Am I tripping? It's straight. Okay. Then put a neck brace on them. Boom. Can't do it to yourself. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, I myself have been wondering how the screwdriver is never seen on video. The rifle is never seen on video. The overwhelming amount of evidence never seems to be in any amount of video that wasn't taken from the camera made in 1812. Well, talking about that first thing, why don't they do that? I don't know if they're allowed to do that. I don't know. You know, maybe in like El Salvador, they can just like, you know, put you in a straitjacket and do whatever. I think they have to have a certain amount of, you have to have a certain amount of crazy and be in a certain facility for them to just throw a straitjacket on you. I don't think they can just be like, you're getting a little unruly, put him in the straitjacket. Hey. I don't think they can do that. So I'm not 100% sure. You could be right. I don't think they're allowed to just do that to you. Because we would have seen many people in straitjackets if they could do that, you know? Like one guy tries to swing at a cop, they just be like, wrap him up, Johnson. There you go. This is BS. This is BS, man. I ain't do nothing to y'all. Keep it moving, buddy. You know, you'd see that a lot more. We haven't seen that much. But to the next thing that you said there in regards to the rifle on the roof, the evidence and all that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that. I mean, Candace has been pretty adamant about the fact that footage does not exist. And I don't see someone being willing to be a source for Candace, to give her that little chunk of video that she showed and not give her the rest of the video. Because you have to think, it's like if you're going to do this for someone, it's like you got to do it all the way. You can't just be like, okay, I'll get you 3 minutes. Okay, I'll get you the 3 minutes. It's like, no, we're doing this one time. I don't want you to get caught. You don't want to get caught. Give me the whole thing. Give me everything. One time, that's it. And I'll release it when I'm going to release it. So I would think if she's saying it's not there, that footage of him putting the rifle together, it's probably not there. She's probably not just like saying that as like, oh, you know, maybe. She probably has all the video, I would think. Baron went and said that if there's 27 minutes of body cam footage, it's either before the shot, which should easily prove the shot, or it'll show imprints and the screwdriver on the roof. There's no way around that with the time of the recordings and what was charted. Tyler could be complicit in the crime. I think that's a possibility. He could be complicit. He could be. He could have it. You know, maybe it was something where it was like he was supposed to film something. I don't know. There's many possibilities. If he was really a part of a I'll call it a troupe that hated Charlie, maybe it was like, hey, we're gonna do this, and we need you on the roof to just make sure or, film it with your phone, because he did have a phone on him. Film it with your phone, and we're going to do this thing to Charlie, like zoom in on him. It's going to be hilarious. And then it's like something goes off, a thing goes off, or a shot goes off, or a sound is heard, and the next thing you know, this guy's like, oh no, I can't just be here. I got to go. He could be complicit. I don't know. Yeah. I really do think Lance is more involved than it seems. That's for sure. But there was clearly top to bottom evidence that everything is getting covered up. It's funny when you try to lie and cover up what you've done. You try to explain any and everything away instead of just letting it solve itself. Liars scream and yell the loudest, just like demons screeching before they're expelled. That's a good way of putting it. We just need to keep putting our faith in God and know that Jesus has the ultimate final say. Satan always loses no matter who he takes as a martyr. We'll get our reward. That's well said. Very well said. Very, very well said. Someone said, can't wait for Tyler's book. Yeah, if he makes it out, if he makes it out, or even if he's put in jail, we might just see a Tyler Robinson and Candace Owens interview. I'm just saying we might, or even a Baron Tyler interview. We might see it. Anyway, bruh, I wrote this comment before I even seen the thumbnail. I'm still gonna send though. I think someone needs to remind Officer Tater Tot that him questioning the narrative of Nolan Wells and doing his own investigation is demonic. He is a real stewhead for speculating the HD 4K ABC 123 evidence, yanking and banking down to the mainstream to talk to witnesses is, Mississippi, is anti-American, straight to hell, mama. Yeah, man, it's weird. It's weird that he's doing that. I don't know what to think. Like I said, Lainey was like, I think what's going on right now is that they're trying to, send him on another goose chase or send him towards something else. I can't tell, because it's like, whatever. Everybody feels like he's slow, but it's like, man, he has to know. He has to know he has to know he's doing the same thing. Like, he has to know he's questioning the official narrative. He has to know. There's no way he doesn't know. It doesn't make any sense. Let me see here. Bobby, when did Tyler Robinson change his clothes? I'm confused. Bobby again, when did Tyler Robinson change his clothes? I'm confused. Now, to both of those questions, I would say, I don't know that he did. I know that the governor said that he did. Kash Patel, I think, even echoed that same thing, that he did change his clothes. But as far as I know, it doesn't look like it from the footage that we see, that he was wearing. What did he even change his clothes to? Unless his bag had that little mock thing in it. Yeah, I forget what we were calling that. Poncho. There it is. And then he put on the poncho and then takes off the poncho. But then you'd think they would have mentioned a poncho at some point. Not only would they have mentioned it, they would have found it. I would think. Maybe in maybe when it comes to the poncho. Now, I don't know this for sure. This is just me thinking, which, is hit and miss sometimes when I think. But when that lady said that they found some stuff that belonged to someone from Turning Point, and it was like a backpack and some gloves, like, I wonder what was in the backpack. Like, what if there were gloves, and what if in the backpack there was a poncho, and that was the stuff? That was the thing that guy just left there, whoever that was on the rooftop. The whoopee. Yeah, the whoopee. Anyway, I don't know. He changed his clothes as he got to the top of the stairwell, I guess. On the platform where students are walking by all the time. He jumped the gate, put together a rifle, changed his clothes, and then ran off. Within that time, The active stairwell that had students going up and down it had nobody there whatsoever. And then the building that has a window that sees directly down the walkway, no one saw down that whatsoever. It was just a perfect storm. That's when he changed his clothes. That's what they're telling us, at least. That's what it is. Pete Hegseth met the real Graham Allen. Don't ask, don't tell still apply? I think that always applies, you know. I think they still do that, you know. Bobby, 50 coffees, Bobby. Thank you so much. Donation to the soundboard fund. You are the human soundboard. Thank you. Christ is King. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Very generous. Thank you. Somebody said, Helen, help me get through my 5K walk at 5 a.m. each morning in Australia. That's amazing. That is amazing. Good for you. That's what I try to do that in the morning. About 5K? I think it's about 5K. I don't know. I don't know the conversion, but I do 2 miles. It's like close to 5K, I think. I don't know. Whatever. Audio visual. Oh, here he comes. Here he is, guys. The name of my new video on YouTube is Manufactured Madness. Mortal Kombat Ultra and The War for Your Mind. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to click on this.
What up, Coach? What's up, chat?
What is this? You a mailman? Man, I didn't know that. Oh, you guys can't even see him, right? Okay. Maybe I should fix that. There you go.
What up, Coach? What's up, chat? I changed my name just for you. But I do have 2 more videos I just put out. I think they're pretty influential. Some people may need it for the climate that we're in these days.
Okay.
That's all. Love your show.
Why didn't you link the channel, man? Can't you make it so people make this so their Instagram is instantly connected to this? I can't. Well, what did you change the name to? You didn't give us enough information. Whatever. Here, hold on. Let's see if I can. I love busting this guy's balls. Here, let's go check if I can find this. You got to tell us what you changed the name to, you know? Let me see. A bunch of shorts come up. BBC Global. BBC Global. Yeah, no, that's not you. Time Ghost History. This is what pops up when I put this title in. You gotta tell me the name of the... Oh, is this it? No. The Locked Drawer? You didn't change your name to The Locked Drawer. There's no way you did. What was this one? The Velvet Shadows? That's a stupid name. Unless you change your name to that, then it's cool. Nothing comes up, man. Come on. You gotta tell us what the name is. Come on. This guy. BBC Global is a terrible name. Yeah, it's a wild name. It's a wild name. Yeah, it's a pretty wild name. Yeah, what can you say? Tell us the name of the channel. Tell us the new name of the channel, man, and I will make sure to put it up on the screen. Someone said, "Love your show, insight, humor." I think I read this already. Old and stingy. Yeah, stingy. Okay. Is that it for the coffees? Let me just double check. Always like to double check. There's Lacey. There's someone talking about yanking and banking. Okay, we got 2 more. Oh man, I'm on the road as a passenger and just wrote a whole thing, but had a technical difficulty and it didn't go through and deleted my message. That's the worst. I mean, it's great for me because then you wrote something shorter. So that's fantastic for me. But if that ever happens again, as soon as you write something long, you have to copy and paste it. That's what I do. I copy, paste it, and I send it to my wife. And then she just sees some random thing. And she's like, I don't know what the hell this is. And it's fine. Because then afterwards, I can go back to our messages, copy it, bang, put it back into the thing. You gotta do that. That's the worst when that happens. Just wanted to say thanks again for the laughs today. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that, Lacey. Appreciate you very much. Someone said, I finally Googled yanking and banking. Yeah, I know. We had someone Google yanking and banking. Maybe you missed it. Last week, I think it was last week, we had someone Google yanking and banking. They went and found it out. Yanking and banking actually means what I wasn't expecting this answer. Yanking and banking is an aviation slang term for aggressive or abrupt maneuvering. It describes a pilot pulling hard on the control stick, yank, and rapidly tilting the aircraft into sharp turns. Bank. Who knew? We knew. We all knew. But we're glad that you know now as well. We stay up on yanking and banking. You think we're just saying things that we don't know? Is that what you think we're about here? Come on. We know all about yanking and banking. Let me see here. Let me check this out for a second here. Oh, I forgot to cover. I was going to cover one of Valhalla's videos. I got to do that. I'll do that tomorrow. A very interesting video. Andrew Bustamante. Yanked and banked my way over here to pitch in toward a date night show with Coach and Mrs. Coach. Keep going, Max. Justice for Charlie. Thank you so much. We do appreciate that. Quit gaslighting us. I like that name. Thank you very much for that. Let me go over here. Can we stop acting like Charlie is innocent? I've already talked about this at length. I've talked about this so many different times. The fact that he for sure knew, like maybe he didn't know everything about Erica, but you know, he's not the kind of guy. If I met someone, if I was single, okay, and I met someone and they were like, my family, they have DOD contracts and my dad helped build the Iron Dome and blah, blah, blah. I'd be like, nah, I don't know about all this. That's me. That's how I would be. In Charlie's position, he'd be like, oh, that's great. That's fantastic. He'd be like, I know a lot of people in the DOD. You know what I mean? He'd be like, I know a lot of people in politics. I actually know Don Jr. I'm actually good friends with him. I've been good friends with him. I'm building the biggest company, one of the biggest companies, nonprofits in America. So, yeah, I know a lot of people, actually. He wouldn't care. He wouldn't care about all that. You know? He probably know a little bit about the inside workings of, you know, what Tyler was around and whatnot. He'd be like, that's cool, whatever, man. Like, yeah. It's not to say that he's like some kind of degenerate or something, but yeah, he probably knew about certain things for sure. I've talked a bit about this at length. I mean, you know, if this was any other person, you know, Baron was talking about him before when he was talking about, like, you know, how he thought it was like this crazy thing that the news was covering what happened to Charlie. And he said, would that happen for Joe Rogan and this and that? And I said, of course that would happen for Joe Rogan. Of course. I mean, just of course. It would be insane. If somebody took out Joe Rogan, it would be nuts. Media would stop. Are you kidding me? He's the most famous person in the world right now. One of the most famous. And he was just talking about Charlie Kirk. He was like, he's a podcaster. But it's like, he's not just a podcaster. He was involved. He was sitting down with the president 2 days a week. He was good friends with Don Jr. There was probably a lot of talk to him about running for president, vice president. He was the person that brought JD to Trump. He brought JD to him. He helped JD as JD was becoming a senator. He made sure everything went all right for JD. He brought RFK to the president. He shifted, I think it's like the Gen Z, I think it's 18 to 25. He shifted their stance politically by like some 10 points, which is like a dramatic amount. Like, people have not been able to do that. He did that just with his organization. I mean, the amount of stuff he did. He's not a podcaster. He's actually, you know, he's a deep state figure, really. It's just that we know him, and we know that he had some great ideas, and we know that he was owning libs, if that's the type of thing you like to see. You know, you knew that he was friends with Candace Owens. He was a guy who definitely had deep state ties, because what's a deep state tie? It's like, you know, the DNI, you're good friends with the DNI, you're friends with the president. You can consider that a deep state figure type. But then he also had this other side where he had a good link to the people. It was this very rare thing. So it's like, no one's acting like he's in. Well, I shouldn't say no one, but I've talked about who he is in reality. I've talked about that a lot when it comes to Charlie Kirk. So you were just late. That's all. But now you know, which is good. Let me see here. For your soundboard, For your soundboard, you're helping me a lot right now. I really need the laughs. My puppy ate my beloved 4-year-old cat last week. Excuse me? I'm going to read that again because I didn't read that. There's no way I read that properly. I'm going to read it one more time. My puppy ate my beloved 4-year-old cat last week. You miswrote that. You meant to write something else. You must have meant to write a different thing than what you wrote, because you just said your puppy ate your cat. Now, I don't really think, did that really happen? Someone said how. Yeah, how? Someone else said why. Someone said why? Why? What are you talking about? Wendy Weed Whacker, what on earth are you talking about? Ate your beloved 4-year-old cat last week? How long did it take? How long did you leave this puppy unattended? That the puppy was like, I don't know what else I'm going to do here. I got to eat a cat. I mean, that's crazy. That's wild. Is your puppy Victor Marx? Oh, it's a bad joke. Condolences is what we're supposed to say, everybody, in the chat. So say condolences. Condolences. I'm very sorry to hear that. If that's real, if that's really what you meant to write, that is a terrible thing. A terrible thing. I mean, what kind of puppy? Did you buy a baby wolf? What did you buy? Do you have a coyote? Do you not realize that you have a coyote in your house? I mean, R.I.P. But you got to get rid of the puppy too, right? You know that, right? I hope you already did that. I'm just saying. That's strike 1, 2, and 3. I'm just saying. In my house, that would be strike 1, 2, and 3. You got to go. You got to go. You ate something. You ate something that was alive. You got to go. You got to go, big guy. Anyway. What's terrible? The Victor Marx thing? Yeah, you know what I mean. You walk in, the puppy just has a cat head on top, like Victor Marx. It's just wearing the cat head. Never mind. Never mind. Anyway. You got to get rid of the puppy. I will say that. You got to give that puppy away. Yeah. Just saying. Nick Fury throwing sparkles everywhere. I'm sure you guys had to deal with that in the chat. Sure. Someone else says, does Officer Tatum hear himself? I don't think he does. I think a lot of people have that thing where when they talk, they can hear themselves. I think he doesn't have that thing. I think that thing's gone. When he talks, I don't think he hears anything. Honestly. I don't think he does. Big fan here from Kuwait. Really? Like Middle East, Kuwait? Really? Where all the yanking and banking is going on because of you know who. Thanks for the daily laughs. You are in Kuwait right now. Where am I tripping? You're talking about, you said you're in Kuwait. Really? Where is that? Maybe I'm tripping. It's in the Persian Gulf. It said Emirate in the Persian Gulf. That's the Gulf of America, by the way. You know, this website needs to update. Where? First search is Kuwait. Where is it? The Middle East. They try to call the Middle East Western Asia. You know, it was just Africa. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry, it's fine. The Middle East was Africa. They fought over it for a long time. You know, Egypt, it's right next to you know who. That's Africa. It's fine. It's fine. You know, dress the same spices, same food, same phonetic language. It's okay. It's Africa. I know it flips everything on its head. I'm sorry. the Middle East, Western Asia. Okay. Okay. Anyway. And shout out to you. That's one of those places where we all think of like just desert and sand and like, real hard times kind of thing. It's kind of like Africa, the depiction of Africa we have. See, even that's the same as Africa, right? You're in Africa right now. It's okay. It's fine. It's like old Africa, ancient Africa. That's where you live. How about that? But I mean, it's like, that depiction that we all have in our minds, and it's so not true. Sorry, Africa, it's just not. It's not true. It's actually, there's a lot of. Well, I mean, it's kind of true, but there's a lot of good stuff popping up. A lot of civilization, and some of it, Officer Ozempic. Oh, how dare you, Ozempic American, as Baron called him. How dare you? I can't believe someone's from Kuwait watching the show. That's such a trip. What did someone say? Someone said, I'm from, what is that? Nabia? What is Nabia? Is that in Africa? See what I mean? It's like they got internet, guys. Come on. What do you guys think? Yeah, I was talking with this dude. He's a South African dude, and we were talking about this exact thing, the depiction of Africa. And he was always watching. He said he would watch things from like American television. He would see those infomercials. He's like, "Have an arms of an angel." You see some kid with flies on his face, and he'd be like, "Where is this? I don't know. I can't find this place that they're talking about. I have no idea what this place is. I can't find any places like this in Africa. I don't know. I've never seen this place." Even he was like, "This is crazy what they show." Yeah. Anyway, I'll go to Africa sometime. Maybe I'll go to the Middle East. Maybe I'll go to the Middle East. I can't think of where. Saudi Arabia? Where's the futuristic place? Where's the rich futuristic place? Is it Saudi Arabia? Maybe I'll visit Saudi Arabia one day. I want to go to that place. Where's the place where they don't get hit with missiles ever? I'll go to that place. I'll check that place out. Someone stop bashing Africa. It's just the depiction that we've had for so long. You have no idea. You've probably never even seen those infomercials. You don't know what we're talking about. Those infomercials were everywhere when we were kids. It was crazy. It was just it was always some white lady, and she'd be like, "If you could just give us 5 cents, it could feed this child for 6 months." And you're like, what the like, maybe I should move there. I got like $18. I move over there, I might be a king. It was weird, those infomercials. Those are crazy infomercials back in the day, man. And we never questioned them. We were like, well, that's Africa. That's what it's like. They need white British ladies over there. What would they do without white British ladies over in Africa? That's what we all thought. We all thought those white British ladies were saving the country over there. Anyway. Hey, Coach, do you listen to soca music? If so, what's your favorite song artist? I don't think I listen to soca music. I have a friend, he's Trinidadian. He loves soca music. That's that music. It's like real like crazy bump and grind music. You ever seen soca music video? People dancing to soca music. It's like, when they're like lifting chicks up and they're spinning them around and stuff. They're like doing stuff like that. I don't really listen to that. Where it's like jumping in there, hey, jumping in there, hey. I don't listen to stuff like that. I listen to reggae. I used to, at least. I don't know. But no soca really. No soca. I don't go to any fetes. I don't go to fetes, okay? I did think he was told to focus on other stuff. Yeah, that's another person talking about Officer Tatum. Yeah, told to focus on other things. Like, hey, get out of here kind of thing. It kind of speaks to what Baron showed us with the text messages. We were talking about Officer Tatum, and they're like, oh, well, if he's there, these two groups can't be there at the same time, these two shows. It's like they said it would be easier without him there. Maybe that's what it is. Mountain evidence. There you go. Thank you very much for the evidence. Yeah. You see, man like coach, my brother. I'm telling you, check out Sean Atwood Hayden interview. No debating. You don't have to mention it in your show, but trust me, it's a doozy. Let me see here. I just do that because it says Roston in his name. He probably talks just like me. I'm just making that assumption, you know. Let me see. Sean Atwood. And then what would you say? Hayden? It's another name. Where'd that name come from? You know those names? Like, where'd they come from? What are these names? Hayden what? Hayden interview? I don't see anything. Nothing's coming up. I've never watched a Sean Atwood video. I don't know who he is. Does that have 1 T, 2 T's? I can't even tell what's what. I don't like when thumbnails are all different. Make your thumbnails the same so I know what I'm looking at, you know? What is this? What am I looking for here? I don't even know what I'm looking for here. I can't even tell. I can't even remotely tell. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not watching it. Someone said Hayden is awesome. How do you just know who someone is by the name Hayden? He doesn't have a last name? You just know who he is? Like Cher? I don't know. Okay. Well, shout out to Hayden. I heard your interview was a doozy. I heard your Sean Atwood interview was a doozy, sir. Erica, maligning Candace Owens is more convenient than holding up Charlie Kirk's evolving ideology, isn't? Whew. You said it. You said it, Zamet. You definitely said it. Yep. It's way easier, way more convenient than having to embrace the fact that he was changing. And then it's like, do you take up the reins of him changing? Or do you explicitly say, yes, he was changing, but this is my stance, and I don't care what anybody has to say about it because I run this company now. See, that's a win. See what I just did there? That's a win. That's hard to do. It's hard to do. Easier to just say, I can't believe Candace Owens is evil and demonic. Oh my gosh. She said I killed him. Oh my goodness. It's way easier to do that than have to explain everything. Way easier. After the Old Testament, God stopped talking. Yeah, that's what some people believe. Yankin Bank Turek. Frankenbank. Frankenyank. Frankenyank Turek. Yankin Frank Turek. There you go. Can we get the punching bag video? What punching bag video? I've never seen any punching bag video. What? Of Ben Shapiro? I keep hearing there's a video like that where it's a speed bag. He's punching a speed bag or something like that. That's very out of sorts for him. That's not something he should do. He could hurt himself doing that. How'd they make those little speed bags? They probably, because they're usually like this big, the speed bags. How'd they make them like this small so he could hit him with his little hands? How'd they do that? They made him just special just for him? King of the Air is greater than Prince of the Air. That's true. I mean, of course. 100%. I know you're busy, but look at Candace predicting bees in her dreams before next few shows actually finding pic of Erica in bee outfit. Oh. Look at Candace predicting bees in her dreams. Huh. She mentions bees in her dreams? I don't remember that. I remember her saying to the left, or Charlie says you have to look to the left. Huh. And then she predicts Erica wearing a bee outfit. The bee outfit, if you guys don't know what he's talking about, it's when Erica is young. She's a kid. And she's wearing a bee outfit, dressed up, little girls, right? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Tell me what episode that is. Silver Stars from Bronx Sergeant General, just throwing silver stars, hiding All sorts of stuff. Just throwing gems, gold coins, all sorts of things here. You know. No watermelon though. Oh, come on, guys. How dare you? I laughed so hard. You're the best coach. I laughed so hard today. You're the best coach. Can we get some merch of you wincing with your head on your hand? You want a shirt that's just like that? Just like that? That's a ridiculous shirt. What do you want a shirt like that for? That's a crazy shirt. I'll look like the most narcissistic person ever. You got a shirt with your face on it and you're just smiling? It's what the people wanted. They told me they wanted it. I don't know about all this. It's getting to your head. No, they said. There's a bunch of them. They said they wanted that. They did. They wanted my face on it. I'm telling you. I don't know. That doesn't sound real. This sounds made up. Pick Rick Cutler, eyebrow raised, demonically and smiling. Yeah. It's weird. It's a weird picture. It's a very weird picture. Again, I will say I don't know if it's enhanced or what, but you know, people have been talking about him smiling. I think they say Brian Harpole was as well. People have been talking about that for months. Send the messages to your own number. It'll land in your inbox. Yeah, or your own number. Yeah, I know. I do my wife's number just because. But yeah, you can do your own number as well. I just don't like that it sends twice. It gets too jumbled up. Yeah. Plus, I like to send my wife random text messages. Christ is king. Tell Baron this is the high IQ outfit now, since he didn't know what indubitably, is that what that word says? Indubitably means. He didn't know what indubitably means. Let me tell you something. I could use that word in a sentence. I don't exactly know what it means. Okay. You're going to have to throw the high IQ outfit somewhere else, I guess. I don't know. Who else is in the running, I guess. I don't exactly know what it means. You're going to have to throw it to Lionel. At least Lionel will know what the hell it means. Sorry to disappoint. Bahrain here. Wow. Good luck finding it, mama. I mean, if I can highlight the word. Nah, I can't. It's Bahrain. I mean, good luck finding it. We have Google now. You think I'm going to have to find it on a manual? You think I'm going to pull out a thing and be like, okay. Like it's 1991? What are you talking about? Come on, I'll find this thing. We got Google now. Bahrain, where is it? That's the first thing that pops up. Where is it located? Where is it located? Bahrain is an island nation located in the Persian Gulf. It's the Gulf of America. show some respect. Okay. Within the continent of Asia, specifically West Asia or the Middle East. Oh, so you're from Africa too, huh? A bunch of people from Africa. That's crazy. Thank you for watching all the way out there. That's nuts. That's nuts. Why do you, is it funny to you? Is it fun? I sound crazy right now. You know what I'm talking about, right? You know? You do, right? You know the whole thing, right? The whole Candace, you get all that? Okay. I don't know. How would I know? I don't know. I guess they must understand, right? Or they just like my hand gestures? I don't know. Wendy, why did you give this to the comedy crowd? Yeah. It was, condolences to Wendy. Seriously, Wendy, if you lost a cat that you loved to a dog, right? Because I'm kind of team cats because I like being left alone, and I like not having to pick up not having to carry around warm bags filled with poops, right? Although I got babies, so kind of. Diapers are different though. But I mean, and the dog did it. I'd rather just have no animals in the house. That's where I'm at with it. Because you know what happens. I'm the dad. I know what happens. I take care of the thing, whatever the thing is. I'm not doing it. You know. I'd rather my kids just be afraid of dogs and cats. Like, fine, whatever. They're afraid of them. Who cares? Someone said I'm global. I'm global? I guess. Oh my God, Coach, Kuwait is not in Africa, and we differ in many things like cloth, food, music, and more. Yeah. Until you go back 500 years, go back 2,000 years. Oh goodness, go back 3,000 years. You know, my buddy's dad was one of the first people, possibly top 10, like 10 people, to walk into Philadelphia when it was made. He was born in Iraq. There is a tribe of Judah that is very much separate from the rest of the Philadelphians that exist today. His dad was born in Iraq, and there was many Philadelphians in Iraq before, and he has like we were looking at how it looked back then, and boy, if it didn't look like a bunch of African people walking around. I don't mean black. I just mean in what they were wearing. It looked so African influenced. It was crazy. Now, obviously, a lot of that place is like considered the cradle of civilization. So who knows who took on what first? But that stuff didn't spread throughout all the other places. So you're most like what's going on in Africa, even to this day. So look back thousands of years ago. You'll find more connections, way more connections. Anyway. But I always say that. Coach's grandpa built the pyramids. Not mine. Definitely not mine. Mine was I think he was I don't actually know. I think he was a pastor. Pretty sure. The person I'm named after, I think he was a pastor. And then on my mom's side, they're all wild people. They're all just wild. Like, I think my grandfather's nickname was Shook, because in the Caribbean, everybody has nicknames. His name was Shook. And I would guess it was because people were shook around him or something like that, or shook of him, you know? I mean, just wild people, nicknames, and, you know, hitting people and doing all sorts of things. So I don't know if they built anything, quite honestly. Maybe some farms, stuff like that. I don't know. Anyway. You know something about the Egyptians? You know they're not the ones that built the pyramids? You know that? Like, did you ever know that the ancient Egyptians weren't Egyptians? They weren't called Egyptians. Did you know that? What are we doing here? Go look into it. It's crazy. What are we talking about here? They weren't even called Egyptians. What? They were like Kemets or something like that. So what are we talking about? It's getting crazy, man. Anyway, I think the pyramids are built with sound. Some people are saying giants did it. Nah, I don't know. I think they're built with sound. Or there was just a super advanced civilization, and they just like did it the way the Jetsons would make like a hamburger. You know how the Jetsons make a hamburger? They just go boop, 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 and it goes, and then they got a hamburger. Or it was like that. I don't know. Anyway, I don't talk about that stuff a lot. I got to get out of here. Have I ever read the Book of Enoch? I have. I have. I've read it. I've listened to a lot of books about it, but I don't know if I'm reading the real thing, because it's not like, you know, I can get a Bible and I know I'm reading the Bible. But the Book of Enoch, it's like you got to get a thing and it's a print of it, and you don't, like, I don't know. You know how you really got to read? Me and my friend were talking about this. You know how you really got to check out the Bible, right? If you want to really see like an old thing, the Ethiopians preserved everything. So they preserved the Philadelphians. They preserved Christianity. Their Bible has more canonized books in it, what they consider canonized, what they consider scripture, than the people who only believe in the Old Testament and, the Christians. Their book has I think it's like 90 different books in it. Whereas Christian, I think it's 66 or 660 something. And then, the Philadelphians is less. But they keep everything. So they took the book of Enoch and they were like, this is scripture. This is holy. Like, you have to keep this. And they have a bunch of other books that we've never heard about. So I would love to read what they have. I would love to read what they have and to see the names and to see the depictions of everything. I would love to know what they have because they've preserved it for thousands and thousands of years. They don't get enough respect for that. Yeah, someone said 88. 88. There you go. There you go. Anyway, I got to get out of here, guys. I got to do a bunch of stuff. I should set up this computer is what I should be doing right now. I still haven't done it. But whatever. I'll get to it. Anyways, guys, thank you guys so much for being here with me all of this time. I do appreciate that. And we'll talk tomorrow. Candace is going to be live. I think Tuesday. I still haven't learned his schedule. I think Baron is going to be live Wednesday. I think Tuesday he's not going to be live, which is today. So you take that for what it's worth. Check out Candace, and we will all come back here 10 a.m. sharp, and we will discuss what we have seen. But I got to get ready. We got dance class. I got to go get ready. I'm out of here.